what's up guys? First of all, if you're not watching this video as part of a playlist, go ahead and click the first link here in the description. This is all a huge playlist of me going through Codecademy, the whole PHP course, learning PHP, and I actually show you what I made with it towards the end there. So anyway, check it out. The whole thing is just hours long, so it's going to take a while, but yeah, it's the PHP course from Codecademy. It was very frustrating at times, but anyway, that's what I've been working on. It's on channel 2, that's why you guys haven't been seeing the uploads. The reason why I didn't put it on channel 1 is because it was a whole bunch of the same kind of video, and I know that you guys on channel 1 get kind of annoyed whenever I put up 10 of the same type of video in a series or something like that, and you're like, oh god, this shit again? Anyway, so I hope you haven't missed me too much. Click the link in the description if this isn't part of a playlist and learn PHP with me. Next, we're going to be doing some more heavy lifting with the web development. We're going to be learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, maybe Python, maybe Ruby after that. Who knows? But we're going to be having a lot of fun along the way. So thanks for sticking with me, guys. Thanks for watching, and let's start this playlist. Hey guys, so I've got a little video series here, and I don't quite know if it's suitable for the main channel, so I'm going to be uploading it to channel 2. Basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be teaching me PHP, and I know you're like, James, oh my god, I thought you knew everything, you're so beautiful and awesome and smart. And I know, yeah, so there's something that I don't know, and I need to learn PHP. Well, I always tell you guys, go to codecademy.com to learn any of your programming and stuff like that. And I just want to show you guys that I stick by my word, and it's really a good tool for learning. So for those of you that don't know what codecademy.com is, it's a website that turns learning programming into a game. So I hooked my Twitter up to a brand new account. It's blank, and it's for a project, and the whole reason why I've been learning PHP, I made a project, and it's an inventory management software for my job. I work for a, I guess you say a credit card company. But anyway, let's get started with this challenge. I'm going to start, I guess, I'll start with the PHP class, lesson 1, and I'll just post them sequentially as I, get to little stopping points and such. So here's the first page that you guys are probably acquainted with, the Codecademy main page right there. We're going to go to Learn. They've done a recent redesign on their website, which is really cool. I'm really proud of it. It looks really awesome. And yep, scrolling down, we're going to go to PHP. There's lots of options that you guys can try out also. You don't have to just use one. So we're going to hit Start. Alright, PHP in action. PHP is a programming language that can do all sorts of things. Oh, well, there we go. Start here. Next. Next, and next. Awesome. I'm ready. Well, anyway, what it's telling me to do is go ahead and save and submit the code, because it wants me to see what all this complicated stuff right here does. So, save and submit. And green. Alright, cool. So, we earn badges as we go along. You can share it, you can tweet it. We'll go ahead and tweet it so that everybody on the Shelfer Twitter can see how I'm doing on Codecademy. And I guess since I'm learning PHP to build Shelfer, this is kind of like a historic moment. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and follow Codecademy, hit close. We're not going to tweet them every time, but just whenever we want to kind of rub it in somebody's face. So, alright, next. Why learn PHP? So what, you might say? I can do that with JavaScript, and that's true. Yes, it is. Alright, so the instructions. We've written a little PHP in the editor to the right, but it's not complete. On line 8, type my first line of PHP between the quotes. My first line of PHP! Exclamation point. Save and submit code. Alright, green button. There we go, moving right along. 3 of 13. You can monitor your progress right here, and you can also go back to previous lessons right there. I like that they didn't just put the numbers right there, they actually show you the title of the little lesson there. So PHP code can be written into your HTML like this. Yep, that's the process that I'm going through right now with Shelfer. So try it out. On line 8, use echo to output your name. Make sure to end your line with a semicolon. So, Alright, tab in, we're going to go echo space quote and James quote and then semicolon. So you notice how the text changed colors whenever I put the semicolon in there? So here we go, watch. Echo James semicolon. I didn't do it again. Alright, so before this text down here changed colors, it's basically because I added that semicolon which closes the line and tells it it's going to be like a new command below it. So save and submit the code. Uh-oh, we're having some connection issues here. Huh. I wonder what happened. Whenever anything like this happens, just click the Codecademy button right there, and then you can go back to continue, and it'll take you back to right where you were. That's kind of weird. You can see right here where I was trying to reset my Codecademy. I ended up just starting a new account with an email that I had for a tablet that I bought. Kind of a long story, lots of distractions today. Oops, try again. Looks like you didn't use echo to output your name. It looks like I did, bitch. Reset the code, save and submit the code. Ah! Alright, well, I'll tell you what, here's how we're going to fix this. PHP and HTML. Bam. This is not like a, it's not a good start to the video whenever right out of the gate you have an error. Alright, so here we go. Echo space. I bet it's because I had that tab in there. James. And so it's really particular, I guess, Codecademy about how you input your code. So don't add any extra spaces or paragraphs or anything like that. So, yep, we finally got it to work. It looks like that's what the issue was. And it says, you might have noticed that our main file is now index.php, like right here, and then style.css. And it's important, it tells us the PHP interpreter that there's PHP code in the file to evaluate. And save and submit code. There we go. So I don't always read the descriptions right there. I kind of read a little bit to get the gist of it, but I like to keep moving because I figure I learn more by the code that I'm typing than I do about the little explanations right there. And if I find myself getting tripped up, then I go back and I read the explanations. So for the most part, I just follow the instructions right there, and I guess that's probably what you guys are looking for. So that's what I'll do. Let's see, the echo function. Instructions on line 8, in between PHP and use echo to output I'm learning PHP. Make sure to end your PHP code with a semicolon. Alright, so right here we're going to do echo I'm learning PHP. There we go, semicolon. Oh, I should put a space right there. There we go. Alright, cool. I thought I was going to get the red thing because of this weird amount of space right here. Alright, you can type a string all at once. Okay, so a string is something that contains letters. Well, it can contain numbers too. But let's see. Concatenation operator. So what concatenation is basically throwing two things together. In Linux, the command is cat, and you could cat two files together. So it says... the instructions are, go ahead and echo a string of your choice on line 8. Try out the concatenation operator if you're feeling bold. Well, I'm feeling lazy, but I guess for the sake of you guys, I'm going to go ahead and do it. So 1, and then space, dot, this. I already did the space, so we're just going to do this one again. And then this, and then 2, 3. And this. Alright. Let's see if this is acceptable. Yep. Alright, cool. So we're starting the next lesson. We're 7 out of 13. I guess I'm going to go ahead and break it off into a new video whenever I get to 14 or whatever. So we're going to do some math here, arithmetic. On line 8, in between PHP and use echo to calculate 17 times 123. What is that, like 2019, I think. Alright, so echo 17 times 123. And we don't have to put it in quotes either. So we just put in this little thing. 2091. I just got my numbers flipped around. That's what I actually meant to say. It's that GED working hard right there, that Memphis City Schools education. Anyway, alright, so instructions on line 8, create a variable named my name. So It's telling us that in front of variables it wants to have a $sign. So, sounds good. We're going to go ahead and do that. So, my name, and set it equal to my name. So, my name equals Beyonce, baby. Alright, and then this. Alright, set it equal to your name. Make sure to end your PHP code with a semicolon. Yep. There we go. Alright, start next lesson. Man, we are just blowing through this. Look, we're going to be learning PHP by lunchtime. Alright, so you can think of a statement as a complete thought. 19 plus or echo aren't complete thoughts. Yeah, got it. Alright, so we've accidentally forgotten our semicolon on line 8. Add it in. Alright, so click there, add the semicolon in, save and submit code. Start new lesson. I hope you guys are hanging with me, and hopefully it's not too boring or anything like that. I'm actually listening to some really fast music in my headphones, so I'm trying to keep it moving. Go ahead and add a comment to our PHP code. It can say whatever you like. Alright, so for those of you that are the uninitiated, a comment is just something that you can type that doesn't matter and doesn't have any value other than to provide human readable text. Whoop, text. Alright, so since it's probably going to fail me for putting in that much of a comment, we're just going to do the one line and hopefully that's enough. So, comments are a good thing to leave behind for people that are evaluating your code because it allows them to know where you were at certain parts in the development. Like if a certain variable has a really cryptic name, you can leave a comment that's like, hey, this means, you know, such and such value. So, alright, we're almost done, guys. Hang in there. So, declare a variable, my name, and give it your name as a string. Just anywhere, I guess? Oh, write your PHP code below. There we go. Alright, so my name equals Stanley. Alright. And give it your name as a string. Got it. Did I do that right? Yeah. Alright, cool. Start next. Alright, after your first variable, declare a second my age and set it equal to your name as a number, or as your age as a number. I bet what it's going to do is it's going to ask us to do the concatenation operator after this probably and say, my name is Stanley and I'm 23. My age equals 23. Alright. So save and submit code. Hopefully this is what they want because I really didn't listen to the directions. Alright, start next lesson. Let's finish this up. Beneath your existing PHP code, use echo to print out your name and age like so. Alright, so below this, we're going to do echo my name. I'm surprised it didn't make us do the concatenation operator, which is kind of disappointing. Alright, my age. Alright. This thing, save and submit code. So I'm not even relying on this little thing right here. I think it's because I'm messing up, like plugin wise or something. Something's messing up here. Let's see. There's no ads on this site, so I'm going to disable it on Codecademy, and hopefully that's what the issue is because this thing is acting really fucky right now. So, yeah. I think overall this is kind of giving Codecademy a bad name, but I don't want you guys to think that this is the way it is all the time. It's just that I run a lot of plugins that block a lot of weird scripting and stuff like that, and yeah, I trust Codecademy. So, oops, try again, of course. Alright, 13 of 13. It's going to make me work for it. Let's go to Codecademy right here. We're going to resume PHP, continue. Alright, hopefully, fingers crossed. Yep, alright, cool, it reset the code. Alright, so we're going to start from this line right here. Echo, $, my name, this thing. Echo, $, my age, That right there. Save and submit the code. Alright, hopefully I don't get disconnected. Yep, alright, cool, there we go. Introduction to PHP finished. Let me tweet that motherfucker right there. Then we could chop this video and upload it to YouTube. I almost said Facebook, but I haven't used Facebook in a long time. So, alright, hit close on this. We're going to start the next course. Let me go ahead and end this recording. And if you guys want, I just made this wallpaper right here. It's a Geek Blog wallpaper. But yeah, if you want a copy of it, let me know and I'll throw you guys a link to it. So let me get this video uploaded and we'll get started on part 2. Alright, enough celebration. Click next course. Okay, so this one's probably going to be really fucking hard if all of the rest of the Codecademy tutorials hold true. Yep, here we go. Lots of symbols and things I do not understand. Well, yeah, okay, I guess I kind of understand it, but still. This is where shit gets really tough. Alright, so on line 8, use a comparison operator to compare two numbers. I'm guessing that's what these are. Make sure to end your line of code with a semicolon. So, 2 is greater than 1, semicolon. Hopefully that's true. Okay, and there we go. We take a sip of our Dr. Pepper 10s because we're men's, and then we go forward. Alright, on line 7, set items equal to a number greater than 5. Items equals a number greater than 5, so I guess we'll do 7. Make sure to put a semicolon at the end of the line. Items equals 7. Oh, we forgot about line 9. On line 9, edit the condition so that your program will print out you get a 10% discount. Alright, let's say if the number is less than 9. How about that? Alright, you get a 10% discount. Booyah. Next lesson. Okay, so, wow, this one's only 3 out of 4 parts, so I guess this one's going to be like a short video. The other one's not even done uploading yet. So, something, Edgar, something, instructions. Under if statement on line 12, write an else statement to capture the people who are only buying 5 items or fewer. In their case, use echo to output you get a 5% discount. Alright, so under your if statement, so the if statement is number 9 on line 12. Write an else statement, so that's going to start with else. We'll see how this works. Else, space, curly brace, enter, print something. Alright. Here. Whoop. There we go. Curly braces. Alright, let's see. Output, you get a 5% discount. You get a 5% discount. Exclamation point. Save and submit code. And awesome, we didn't get anything wrong. And now we let the cat into the room before she messes up the audio for the entire video. Get in here. You're ruining the video. Alright, so here we are. Start next lesson. Alright, all together now. Great work. Now let's practice using if-else statements. Do as much as you can by yourself, but if you need a reminder, click the Stuck Get a Hint button below. So far we haven't had to. It's a good thing this isn't Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So, on line 8, write an if-else statement just like we did in the last exercise. Here's what the outline of the code looked like. On line 8. Alright, so if 1 is equal to 1, let's look at that last one. Adding an else. There we go. Do a little bit of copy pasta on that one. Is that cheating? Is that cheating? I kind of feel like I would fail a test if I were going to do that. So, anyway, we're going to go value equals 1. And then if, I guess it goes like, if value equals 1, print yay semicolon curly brace, else print whoops, forgot something. Oops. There we go. Alright, so hopefully this works. Alright, here's what the outline of the code looked like. If your condition is true, your code should echo the condition is true. Oh, okay. Whatever. The condition is true. Alright, otherwise, else when it is false, the condition is false. The condition is false. Make sure your condition evaluates to false so that your program prints out the condition is false. Oh, value must equal 2 now. There we go. Save and submit code. Hopefully this works. Nope, I screwed something up. Alright, line 9. If value equals 1. So let's see what we put on the last one. Refer to our previous notes. Ah, there we go. If value equals 1. Is this how it works now? Save and submit code. Motherfuck. Line 3. No, that's not enough. Ah, okay. I bet it's at that the items equals whatever. Yep, there we go. This is what the problem is. It's always a fucking semicolon missing somewhere. God damn it. The condition has to be false. Value equals 2. If value is less than 1, the condition is false. There we go. Alright, cool. Ah, shit. I can't tweet about that one because I fucked it up. Anyway. I'm going to go ahead and drink a soda and calm down a little bit while I upload and convert this video. So, anyway, stay tuned. We're about to do the next one next. Alrighty guys, and as you remember from the last class, it was getting really hard. I don't even know why this one was only 4 exercises, but we're going to keep going. So, part 3, here we come. As soon as this page loads. Alright. Yay, Comcast. Alright, cool. Here we go. Glance at the past. Let's begin first by refreshing what we have done in the previous course. Write an if-else statement inside the editor and make it output anything you wish. Alright, so this thing variable equals 2. Semicolon. That semicolons fucked us last time. Alright, so we're gonna go if parentheses variable is greater than 1. This thing echo something yes. Alright, this. You know, I have a suspicion that this semicolon is not supposed to be there, but I could be wrong because I don't know a damn thing about PHP. Alright, so if echo something else echo something else, semicolon. Alright, and I think that's pretty much it, isn't it? Oh, yep, it needs to have the semicolon here. I think that's what it, no? Alright, let's see. I wonder if there's a way I can pull up my last... what am I doing here? Oh my god, train wreck in the third video. Alright, stuck, get a hint. I'm gonna have to get a hint. I have to phone a friend here. Come on, if condition, else if. Okay. Alright, else if. I didn't do the else if, that's the problem. I also didn't start any brackets. This isn't supposed to be here. This is supposed to be a curly brace. And then after that, it's supposed to have the closing brace, I guess, here. And then else if condition, well, I guess let's increase this to 5. Alright, else if variable is greater than 2, parentheses, bracket, and not a semicolon. Okay, echo something else, bracket. Alright, and then, oops, go back, else, and this thing, wow, this is surprisingly harder than I thought it would be. Else, print, I have no brain, question mark. Alright. This thing, and then this thing. And I think this is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, this looks about right. Let me try it. What? Okay, anyway, it appears I did it right. It appears I did it right. Dipping your toe into switch statements. In the editor, if you see a simple switch statement, in the editor you see a simple switch statement. A switch statement comes in handy when you have a series of if, else statements with multiple expressions that depend on the same value. The switch statement also provides a bit of efficiency and readability. A switch statement comes in handy if you have a series of if, else statements with multiple expressions. See, I don't even know what the fuck these words mean. The switch statement and also provides a bit of efficiency and readability. Switches work like if statements. If a condition is true, it executes a block of code. Instructions. Try and figure out which of these case blocks gets executed and smash that submit button. What the fuck? You see, it gets so much in there with the jargon and the vocabulary that I have to read it about 10 times. So now I have to turn off my damn music just so that I can... Alright, in the editor, this is the editor, you see a simple switch statement. This is the simple switch statement. A switch statement comes in handy when you have a series of if, else if statements. Okay, so switch, I'm guessing each case is like a scenario. Alright, that makes sense. If, else if statements with multiple expressions, I don't know what the fucking expression is, that depend on the same value. Value 0, case 0, the value is 1, case 1, okay. Alright. The switch statement also provides a bit of efficiency and readability. Switches work, like, I want to know what this 2 is right here. Switches work like if statements. If a condition is true, it executes a block of code. Okay, so the value of switch is 2. I'm guessing it's saying, and then break is to break the loop. Alright, and then I guess if I change this number to 4, this would activate right here. So save and submit code. The value is 2. Oh, shit, no, I want to try this. Hang on. Switch 4. The value isn't 0, 1, or 2. Save and submit code. Okay, cool. It's just as I expected. Yep, sometimes you just gotta turn off the music and break it down sentence by sentence, even whenever you're just feeling absolutely suboptimal, I guess I'll call it. Alright, so switch syntax. 3 out of 6 exercises. Alright, cool. Tea break coming up. Alright, a switch statement is similar to an if elif. I guess he meant to say else if? What the fuck is an elif? Alright, a switch statement is similar to an if, else statement in that you can check multiple conditions. It's a condition. Here's what it looks like. My num equals 2. Okay, so the number variable is 2. The switch is set to the value of my num. So case 1 means say 1, break. Case 2 equals say 2, break. Case 3. Okay, so I guess case means well, case is going to have this little orange value or pink value or whatever right here, and that's going to correspond to my num, which corresponds to this number. I'm guessing. I'm not quite sure if this can be like a string or something. That I'm kind of curious about if this can be a string. But default echo none of the above. So anything else, it's going to say none of the above. Alright, so that makes sense. Alright, here's what it looks like. Alright, so we see that a switch statement is made up of the switch keyword, a variable to check, and a pair of curly braces. Here we check the value of my num. Then we have a case block for each comparison. For example, case 1. Okay, so this is basically what I just said. Let's make sure I was right. For example, case 1, echo 1, break checks whether my num is equal to 1. If yes, it echoes 1 and uses break to exit the switch statement. Yeah, so just to cut the loop. So otherwise, the next case block runs. Oh, the next one. So it's doing them sequentially. Alright, if all cases return false, the default case gets executed. Okay, that makes sense. On line 10, right here, there's a switch statement. Fill the underscore spots with the correct code. Alright, so on line 10 it says switch, variable fruit, fill the blank spots with the correct code. Check out the example above. Okay, so I guess case. I guess this answers what I was wondering about the string in the case. So, not capitalized. Case, apple, echo, yummy, break. Alright. Now, okay, cool. Yeah, it says it right there. Alright, switch fruit. Let's change it to raisin. Raisins are not yummy. That is correct. Alright, add the default case. Okay, so default like so. Oh, no, it went, yeah, there we go. Default colon next echo possibly not yummy. Period. God, this thing is taking so long. Semicolon. And no break, I guess. Possibly not yummy. There we go. Alright, so save and submit the code. I'm glad I even got that one right because I was not sure if I was done yet. Alright, in multiple cases, falling through. Let me make sure I'm recording. Yep, I'm recording. Alright. You sometimes want to make multiple expressions, all of which have the same result. Consider the following if statement. If I variable equals 1, and I variable equals 2, and I variable equals 3, echo I is somewhere between 1 and 3. With a switch statement, you can do this by adding cases right after another without a break. This is called falling through. The following code works exactly like the above if statement. Okay, so basically this is this. Case 1, case 2, case 3. Echo, it is somewhere between 1 a.m. and 1 and 3. Okay, so the instructions. Replace the 2 underscores to make the switch. Also check for 3 and 4. I'm guessing that's what this is. 3, 4. Is that it? Okay, so let's see what this is trying to do so we can make the best use of this code while we're here. So the I variable is 5. Switch is set to I, so I is 5. Switch is 5. So case 0, which it isn't, echo variable is 0. Break. And then case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, case 5, which is the condition we're looking for, echo I variable is somewhere between 1 and 5. Break. That's very fuzzy, but I mean technically it's not wrong. So case 6, case 7 obviously are not the answers, but we can test it by doing different numbers here. So we're going to do case 1. Alright. I is somewhere between 1 and 5 and it falls through. Huh. That's, yeah, so technically that's right, even though I'm not giving it the right value. So 3. Ooh, what happened there? Okay, so that worked. 4, 5. Of course 5 works. 6 is either 6 or 7. 7. What about apple? Oh, apple. Alright, case 0. I is 0. Yeah, that's possibly a little problem right there. But anyway, let's see if it's 10. I don't know how much I is. Okay, cool. So it defaults to that. So we've got that going. Save and submit code. And see, just a second ago I was bitching about how long it took, but I don't know, I quickly got fascinated whenever I tried to figure out how exactly his code is working. So in my head, pretty much what I'm doing is trying to figure out how I'm going to apply these things, these concepts that I'm learning, to some real-world scenarios. I don't know. Maybe I just need to see a little bit more before I'll start, architecting some stuff in my head. So using end switch, syntactic sugar, buzzword, I don't even know what that means. Alright, you have 2 ways of creating a switch. First, there's the way we've made all the past exercises. Switch value, this is some kind of variable, and then the little executey thingy. Alright, and then, but we can also make it this way, switch I, end switch. This is called alternative syntax. It exists to provide syntactic sugar. What the fuck does that even mean? There's no difference when using either the curly brace syntax, first example, or alternative syntax, second example. It only provides readability, thus it's usually used when mixing HTML and PHP code in the same file. So, have they done that here? Yep, they have all this right here. Okay, so they've got this, and they've also got this. So this could have been this, I'm guessing. And I'm guessing this could be end switch. Alright, let's see if it's even somewhere between. Alright, cool, yeah, it worked. Alright, instructions. In the editor, you have the code for the previous exercise. Make the code use the alternative syntax rather than the curly brace syntax. Alright, so there's no curly braces left in here. Luckily, that's what they wanted us to do. So, save and submit code. Yeah, let's do this. I could smell the Earl Grey already. Alright, all on your own. It's time to show. Oh, fuck, don't do this. It's time to show what you've learned about switches so far. Instructions. Create a switch statement with 3 different cases and a default case if you wish. Feel free to use alternative syntax as well. Alright, well, let's just try and do this. So, dollar variable equals, no, not equals, what am I, yeah, equals, variable equals 1. this thing. Yeah, I think that's what I do. Yeah, switch. And then this thing, oops, oh, that, like so, and this. Or is it supposed to be like this? Hoo-ah. Alright, switch variable, this thing, go around like this. Case 0, this. Okay, 3 different cases and a default case if you wish. Case 0, echo 0. Alright. Do I have to put the break in there? I'm not sure. I can't remember. Alright. Case 0. Alright. And then we've got case 1. Echo 1. Break. I'm still not even sure if I'm doing this right. Let me do this just to make sure and switch this thing. Okay, cool. All right, so it's failing. It's falling up or failing up or whatever the fuck that is. Case 1, and then I need to do a case 2. Alright, I'm going to try and tone down the language for those of you youngsters that are watching this. I'm just thinking maybe I should do that. Alright, 2. And then this, break, this, then default, echo, this is the default response. Okay, so let's test out our code now. 0, okay, 1, okay, 2, okay, now let's test the default, 5. Sweet. Alright, cool, so it works. Save and submit code. Fuck yeah. Whoops. Okay, so I'm gonna stop talking as soon as possible. I'm gonna go make myself some tea. Hopefully, I'll clean up the language a little bit. Let me tweet it this time so that I can remember. And I'm going to instead of converting and uploading as I go, I think I'm just gonna record a lot of them and just blow through this profile or tutorial thing and get as many recorded as possible and just do all the converting at once. So yeah, I'm sure it's all inconsequential to you guys as long as you get to see it anyway. So anyway, I'm so excited about this. I'm starting to understand a lot more how to analyze the code, command by command, and make sure everything looks good. So join me in the next little lesson. I'm gonna go get some tea and I'll be right back. So let's do this. Alright, so what started out as a simple cup of tea ended up being a grilled chicken breast and a sweet potato baked. It was awesome, by the way. But anyway, let's get back to the lesson. Let me take a sip of this and we'll go ahead and get started. Wonderful green tea Zen by, I can't remember what it is, but it's really good. Alright, so we were doing switches last time and also cases. And cases were the easier way of doing switches and end switches and whatnot. So, all on your own. Oh, we already did this one. Next course, arrays. Now, arrays have always been like a step ahead. Like in any programming language I've ever learned, like arrays has always been a step ahead. Like I understand what they are because we did them in calculus. But as far as programming goes, that's just a point at which I recognize whether I'm really devoted to something or if I'm not. Alright, so an array is a list of items, a bit like a shopping list. It allows you to store more than one item in only one variable. Think of it like this. When writing your shopping list, you could use a separate piece of paper for each item you need to buy, a variable. However, this is silly and unneeded. Could you imagine how hard it would be to carry all that paper around with you? So you use one piece of paper for all your items. That's one piece of paper for your array. Okay, so once you're ready to move on, click Save and Submit Code. Alright, so title, root, arrays, title, head, body, PHP. Alright, so array, this is just a variable name, so I guess this doesn't have to be array, equals array, and it's specifying that this is an array, like a little matrix or something. So save and submit code. I guess this one was kind of a gimme. No wonder there's 7 on this one. I wonder if all of them are written by the same person. That would be a good question. Have you noticed something familiar at the start of our array? That's right. It starts in the same way as a variable with a $sign and then a name followed by equals. Alright, add your array elements after beans and before the final. Okay. So I guess it wants us to add some array items. However, this is when things start to get different. When declaring an array, we have to use array. This basically tells PHP that array is an array and not something else, such as a regular old variable. Alright, fair enough. By now, I'm sure you have noticed the text inside the parentheses. This is just the items in our array. So currently our array has the items egg, tomato, and beans in it. If you can add any type of information to an array, and you do it in much the same way as when declaring, you can add any type of information to an array, and you do it in much the same way as when declaring variables. Okay. Use when adding strings and just enter the number when adding integers. Alright, cool. Yeah, same rules as before. You must always remember, however, that each item in an array must be separated by a comma. Okay, cool. So let's add some stuff. Let's add some cheese. Oh, trying to follow the case. Cheese. Alright. Let's get some Mountain Dew. Throwback, because it has 76 grams of sugar. And what a wonderful way to blow your amount of carbs. Let's add the 76 grams of sugar right there. Alright, cool. So, let's, I hope this works. I just did this because it said that we could. So, hopefully it works. Alright, save and submit code. Oh. 5 elements. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. What? What is 5 elements? Oh, I have to add chips and sausage. Alright, cool. Chips. Oops. Sauces. Heyo, silver. Alright, 25 exercises. That's tweet worthy right there. Alright, close. Start the next lesson. Creating your first array. Nice work. Now let's try creating an array from scratch. Create an array called friends and put the names of 3 of your friends in it. Since each friend's name is a string, make sure to write it between quotes. Click stuck, get a hint for an example. How about click fuck you because I'm capable. Drunk on green tea, bitch. Create an array called friends. Friends equals array. Alright. Put the names of 3 of your friends in it. I don't have friends. So, Harry, Tom, Sally. Yeah. Alright. looking at, buddy? Alright, cool. Alright, look, that worked. Alright, start next lesson. Access by offset with brackets. Each item in an array is numbered starting from 0. For example, when we create an array, PHP myArray equals array, each item is numbered starting from 0 like this. Alright, do, re, mi. The item do is in position 0, and the item re is in the position 1, and so on. Therefore, we can access a particular item of the array using its position like this. Echo myArray outputs do. Alright, cool, that makes sense. So it just calls up the number that's associated to each one of these items right here, like 0, because they all start counting from 0. So 0, 1, 2. So if you did echo myArray and then specified 2, what's that called? A selector or something like that? Like, I don't know. Alright, then we use echo to output the first item in myArray. Since items are numbered starting from 0, do is at position 0. In line 8, there's an array named tens right here. Alright. Use echo to output the third item in tens. Alright. So, echo, what are we going to do? Tens, and then this thing, and then, let's see, output the third item, so 2, and then this thing, and that thing. Alright. So, save and submit code. God, what am I listening to here? This is like some crazy clown music, and I'm not having it. Alright. Much better. Wow, this is a really good track. Exodus Quartet, The Far East Coast. Alright, cool. Sorry you guys can't hear this. Start next lesson. Alright, access by offset with curly braces. PHP is a very flexible language. When accessing arrays by offset, you can actually use two different types of syntax. The bracket syntax we've covered, or you can use curly braces. You use the curly braces just like you use the square brackets. What were the the square brackets. Alright. PHP myArray equals array, do, re, mi, print myArray. 2 prints me. So I guess this is like using end switches or something like that. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's just that's the way they do it. Syntax we covered, or you can use curly braces. You can use curly braces just like you use square brackets. Equivalent one or the other is totally up to you. Wow. So I guess you can really tell who coded it, you know, by what's their preference for a lot of these things. I like that. So I guess it kind of means like PHP can be beautiful, you know? Getting all romantic. Alright, here we go. Modifying array elements. An item in an array can be changed by specifying its position and providing a new value like this. PHP myArray equals array, red, blue, yellow, doopy-doo. Echo myArray 1, outputs blue. MyArray equals green. Oh, that ain't right. Is this right? Oh, okay. I see what it did there. First, we create a new array, myArray, with a list of colors. Then we output the item at position 1 since the items are numbered starting from 0. Blue is at position 1. Next, we change the item at position 1 to green. Now, when we output the item at position 1, we get green. Okay. In line 8, there's an array named languages. Change an item in the languages array. You can take your pick. Then use echo to output languages. Okay, so just output the changes once we're done. Alright, JavaScript, PHP, Python, Ruby. Oh no, I can't do that to Python. Oh shit. Quite the quandary. Alright, Ruby, you gotta go. HTML5. So, it's already listed. Haskell. Alright, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going to do echo, echo languages, this thing, and then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, this thing, this thing. Booyah. Yes? No? Did I modify one of the elements in language? Yeah, I did. I don't understand. What is this? What is going on here? Did you use equals to modify? Oh, okay. That's what it was. Okay, so what was this one over here? Ruby? Alright, Ruby. Then we're going to do... Whoops. We're going to do languages for equals... what were we going to say? Haskell. Echo. Languages for this thing and this thing. Yep. Is that how I do it? Yes, sir. Alright, start next lesson. Hell yeah. So I was feeling slow at the beginning of this lesson. I think it was a little bit of that that chicken buzz getting me. Alright, deleting array elements. Chicken buzz, only a fat kid would say that. Deleting array elements. Finally, you can remove elements using unset. Why would you do that? Array red, blue, green. Unset array 2, so that would unset green. You can even delete the whole array. Unset array. Instructions. Go ahead and remove Python from the languages array using unset. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, Python. Sweet. Alright, let's tweet this one. Hit tweet. Alright. Wow, that's some weird music going on right now. Alright, so for those of you that aren't hearing the music, I've got my sound card routed up kind of weird so that I can hear music while I'm doing this, so that it keeps me at a good pace to where I'm just, talking constantly and stuff while I'm doing what I'm doing. And like the playlist has just been really off, so it's just kind of throwing me off, and I'm like, okay. So anyway, guys, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start the next video. See you in the next one. Hopefully it's not too hard. I definitely look forward to finishing this course. I can't wait to learn PHP with you guys. So here we go. Alright, and I came back to the front page here to check our progress, and we're at 35%. I am so excited. Congratulations if you've made it this far. I know that I'm proud of myself for making it this far. Frankly, I thought that I would start cursing myself for even starting to make this whole series of the Codecademy learning PHP. So I'm happy you guys are watching. Thanks for following along, and enough said. Let's go ahead and get started. So I'm going to click continue. Yes, I'm recording a video right now. I've got my other computer next to me where I'm talking to Bravo and Bugsy in the Freenode chat, who are all new people. So anyway, let's see. What's a loop? This one's going to be all about loops. It's 7 parts. So, it says, my cat over here is eating a plastic bag. What are you doing, Spicy? Get a hold of yourself. Alright, what's a loop? Programming can be tough work, and sometimes it's made tougher by having to do the same thing over and over and over. Let's say we want to echo a list of leap years in the editor. You might think we'd have to type PHP echo 2004, echo 2008, echo 2012, and so on. But there's a better way. A loop is a useful bit of code that repeats a series of instructions for you. For instance, instead of typing echo many times like we did above, we can simply use the code in the editor to the right. HTML head title leap years, head body PHP for leap 2004, leap less than 2050, leap equals leap plus 4. I guess that's because after 2050 it skips a year or something like that, maybe. Probably because we have extra time in our years or something. I don't know. I'm not trying to figure it out. But once it figures out that math, it's going to echo that many leap. So, alright, so 2004, 2008, 12, 16, 20, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 48. Yep, math checks out. I don't know why it wouldn't. But save and submit code. Alright, cool. Start the next lesson. For loop syntax. Cool, right? Let's go through the syntax slowly, step by step. Here's an example that just echoes the numbers 0 to 9. For I equals 0, I is less than 10 equals I plus plus, which I think that means increment, and then execute echo the value of I variable, which is this and this. So from 0 to 10, go ahead and list all the numbers. It breaks down like this. A for loop starts with the for keyword. This tells PHP to get ready to loop. Sorry, allergies, guys. Got some sinus distress going on right now. Summertime allergies. So anyway, next comes a set of parentheses, which looks like a little booty right here. Inside the parentheses, we tell PHP 3 things separated by semicolons. Where to start the loop, where to end the loop, and what to do to get the next iteration of the loop. For instance, count up by 1. After the part in parentheses, the part in curly braces tells PHP what code to run for each iteration of the loop. Okay, it's a big fancy way of saying what. See, that's the thing that's kept me from programming until now. It's like, you give me so much of this frou-frou fucking language all the time. Just tell me what it does. Don't throw your degree at me. Like, I feel like I'm getting beat up by people's intellect sometimes, when they just need to, like, just break it down for me. Just tell me exactly what it is. You know, so the above example says start looping with I integer or I variable at 0. Stop the loop before I variable gets to 10. Count up by 1 each time, and for each iteration, echo the current value of I variable. I plus plus is shorthand for I equals I plus 1. You'll see this a lot. So complete the for loop in the editor by replacing the blanks with the correct loop syntax. Use the example in the instructions as a guide. Echoes the first 5 even numbers. For I variable equals 2, I variable less than 11, I variable equals I plus 2. What was this one? Ah, that's right. It was this thingy. So it threw me off because it was 3 blanks. So this one is echo I this thing. Alright, cool, there we go. Alright, and save and submit code. Yes. Alright, cool. So moving right along, slowly but surely. Alright, somebody's talking to me in the chat. James, I was just wondering why your YouTube channel has so many videos that often do not have any connection at all, rather to have a YouTube channel where you focus all your energy on a specific subject. What? I'll answer that later. Dude, I'm recording a video. I'm not available right now. Great work. Now let's put together our first for loop from start to finish. A for loop that prints out the numbers 1 through 10 might look something like this. For I equals 0, I equals less than 11, I plus plus, echo I. This for loop counts up 1 all the way to 10. All the way to 10. Oh yeah, less than 11, okay. You could change the third part of the for loop. Alright, write a for loop that counts up by 10 all the way to 100. Okay. Let's do this here. Alright, for I, oh, already messing up. I equals 0. Oops. This thing. I less than 101. All these dollar signs and everything is just kind of throwing me off. Plus 10. Alrighty. Echo I. Alright, so hopefully I did this correctly. Ooh, that's not good. See, it's putting them all in the same thing. I don't know why it's doing that. I guess that's correct. I guess that's what they were looking for. But whatever. Start the next lesson. Great job. For loops are great for running the same code over and over, especially when you know ahead of time how many times you'll need to loop. There are other kinds such as while and do-while loops that we can use when we don't know ahead of time how many times we'll need to loop, but we'll cover those in a later lesson. There's also a special kind of loop called a for each loop that we can use to update or print out every element in a list, for example, an array. Let's cover for each next. That sounds interesting. Alright, click Save and Submit Code to continue. What just happened? Okay, so PHP, write your for loop below. That's what I just did. Start next lesson. I don't understand what that was. I just don't understand. Loops, arrays, for each. The for each loop is used to iterate over each element of an object, which makes it perfect for use with arrays. You can think of for each as jumping from element to element in the array and running the code between curly braces for each of those elements. Check out the code in the editor. See how the lang variable takes on the value of each of the elements in langs one by one, then echoes that element to the page. Click Save and Submit to learn how it all works. So, style sheet, Codecademy languages, languages you learn in Codecademy, div class wrapper, PHP, langs array. Okay, for each lang as lang, echo. That sounds. That's crazy. That's craziness. I mean, I see what's happening, but okay, and then it unsets the variable here. Okay, so I mean, it makes sense, but it's getting kind of abstract at this point. Like, it's kind of losing me, but it's really not. The lang as lang thing is the part that confuses me. So, okay, so what the guy is asking me here in the chat is he's asking me why my videos are not related. Are you asking why my videos are unrelated yet on the same channel? If so, it is because I made them all, and that's what they have in common. My viewers ask me how to do things, and then I make videos about those things if enough people ask me for it. I have several channels, and it is a pain to constrict myself to even, well, no. I have several channels, and it is a pain to maintain several focused topics, but in the same format, rather than in the same channel like I have it now. My other channels are not in the same format as my main channel. Yeah, and that's about all I feel like I really have to justify. All right, so practicing with for each. So let's walk through for each syntax step by step. First, here's a for each loop that iterates over an array and prints out each element it finds. So numbers is the array, and the contents are 1, 2, and 3. They don't have quotes because they're numbers. So for each, numbers as item. Where is item? Oh, item is a variable that it wants it to print. Okay, so for each, it wants it to be for each is numbers, and numbers is going to be called item, and then to echo each item. I don't know why it just doesn't say for each numbers. For each numbers is numbers echo numbers. I mean, now it makes sense. Now I get it. All right. Next, we use the for each keyword to start the loop. All right, so let's see. Finally, we put the code we want to execute. Complete the for each loop in the editor by replacing the underscores with the correct loop syntax. Use the example in the instruction guide as a hint. All right, so sentence equals array. I'm learning PHP. For each sentence as word, open curly braces, and close curly braces. Okay, I think this is what it needs. Start next lesson. Alright, so for loops in PHP. Alright, this is the last part of this one right here. This should put us at like 37% or something like that. So, all on your own. Great work. Now let's see you write a for each loop all on your own. Shit. Instructions. On line 8, there's an array named yard lines. Write a for each loop that iterates over the... Wait, on line 8, there's an array right here named yard lines. Write a for each loop that iterates over the array and echoes each element to the page. So we're going to have to do greater than 0, and then whatever plus 10. Okay, yeah, we got this. Alright, on line 8, there's an array named yard lines. Write the for each loop. Yard lines equals array, the 50, the 40, the 30. Okay, let me look at the standard format here. All right, numbers array 1, 2, 3. For each numbers as item. All right, for each. Oh nope. Yard lines as item, echo item. Oh, undefined variable, that's no good. That's no good, that's no good. Write a for each loop that iterates over the array and echoes each element to the page. Write your for each loop above this line, echo, touchdown. Let's see, I think that part that we covered was this one? No, it was before that. Yeah, is this one right here. For I equals 0, that's where you start. So for yard lines equals 50, yard lines is greater than 0. Okay. Alright. So we're going to go here. We still have some of our code left. So up here we have for yard lines equals 50. For yard lines equals 50. Yard lines is greater than 0. What was that other part? I equals I plus 10. Okay, cool. So yard lines equals yard lines minus 10. Alright, let's try this. Unexpected. Okay, got it. Sorry. What? Well, there's part of the problem. Shit. Wait, what's going on here? Hang on. Let me try this. God, now everybody's trying to talk to me in the chat room. Alright, 42%. Hell yeah. Alright, we're almost there. Click continue. Damn, this video must be boring to you guys. Shit, I just thought of that. Alright, save and submit code. Expecting a semicolon. Okay, let's see. Okay, line 13 is a problem. Invalid argument supplied for each. Yard lines as yard lines, I guess it's going to have to be. Echo yard lines. Alright, and then... shit, I really don't know on this one. I'm gonna have to get a hint. Let's see, for each numbers as item, echo item. Alright, so here's a for each loop that iterates on over an array of numbers. I've got to figure this out. Q&A forum. So if you ever get stuck, you can click the Q&A forum and you'll be able to see. What is the point of the for each loop? I'm so confused. Need help with PHP code. See these fucking jackasses, all these noobs have the most undescriptive. This like my microwave doesn't work. You know shit, your microwave doesn't fucking work, or you wouldn't be here asking for fucking questions. You know, like be more descriptive. Let's see, 4 answers. This guy's got a pretty popular question. Let's see what his question is. I have the correct code, yet you are having difficulty in passing the exercise and getting the error. Oops, try again. It looks like your loop didn't echo the 10. Though your code does indeed output the 10. Then you need not worry. This is caused due to a small bug in the X motherfucker. For each yard lines as yard lines, echo yard lines. Dot this concatenates string variable you choose. Do removed. Do the same code except for the what? I don't even know what's going on here. What? From the information I have, I believe that I should make a for loops, but when I make one, it comes up as wrong. Alright. For each yardines, well, there's his problem. Okay. Yeah, this guy's talking about databases. What is going on? Oh, it's supposed to be counting up? Oh, never mind. I minus minus would be by 1. I minus 10 is where I need to be. Let's see. Alright, so here's what's going on. Whenever you have a problem, just go through the lines of code and explain it to your stapler or something like that. Or in my case, explain it to you guys while I fucking blow my brains out. Alright, yard lines variable equals array, the 50, the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Write your for each loop below this line. So, for yard lines equals 50, yard lines, well, this isn't for each, this is for, just for shits and giggles. Yard lines equals 50, yard lines is greater than 0. Yard lines equals yard lines minus 10. Yard lines equals 50, yard lines is greater than 0. Yard lines equals yard lines minus 10. For each yard lines as item echo item. Let's try that. Motherfucker. What about if we just comment you out? What is going on here? Is this even supposed to be there? Is this what the problem is? Is that what the fucking problem was? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, so yeah, I did it. I'm officially brain dead. Apparently, Get your head in the game, James. Alright, for loops in PHP. Guys, I am so sorry. You guys are probably sitting there screaming at the screen the entire time for me to get done with this. I can't believe it even took me that long to figure that out. I couldn't... Anyway, guys, I'll see you all in the next episode. I'm probably going to take a nap right now. This is my day off. I'll probably make the rest of these videos later on in the week, or most likely I'm probably never going to make them at all. But I really need to learn PHP, so I'm probably going to be finishing this, if not tonight, maybe later. So thanks for bearing with me, and see you guys in the next episode. Bye. Alright, so I told myself I was going to take a nap, and I ended up drinking more tea, so here I am. Alright, so let's go check out the front page, see how far we are, what percentage. Last I checked, we were on 42%, 44%. Alright, guys. Let's keep going and see if we can get past 50% for tonight, and then we'll just call it a night. Who knows? We might end up even finishing this thing. Who knows? Alright, come on, bandwidth. Alright, a loop is a structure that tells a computer to execute a set of statements multiple times. Ah, damn allergies, sorry. If you have a process that you want repeated hundreds of times, it pays to put it in a loop so you don't need to write hundreds of lines of code. Makes sense. If you're working on these courses in order, you've already seen how a for loop can allow for a set of loop iterations, but what about a situation where, due to randomness perhaps, you don't know how many times the loop should repeat? In that case, you use a while loop. A while loop will execute as long as a certain condition is true. For example, the loop in the editor will simulate coin flips as long as the number of consecutive heads is less than 3. Alright, so let's see what that looks like. Tails, tails, heads, heads, tails, tails, heads, heads, heads. It took 9 flips. Huh. That's kind of cool. What just happened there? What just happened there? Oh, that's so lame. So I clicked full screen and it made me get out of the lesson. That's so lame. Alright, so take a look at the code in the editor and see if you understand how it will work. Once you think you know, or if you're stumped, no pressure, click Save and Submit Code and see what happens. Check the hint if you would like an explanation. So, tails, tails, heads, heads, tails, heads, tails, tails, heads, heads, heads. I think that was the same one as last time. Alright, we're going to flip a coin until we get 3 heads in a row. So, head count 0, flip count 0. While head count is less than 3, flip, and the value of flip is going to be a random number, 0 or 1. And then flip count is plus plus, so this is one flip happening right here. Flip, and the value is random number 0 and 1, and then it's going to increment up on the flip count. So if flip head count plus plus echo, okay, so this has a style sheet that's probably going to output the heads or tails graphic there. And then we have the else. So if flip, like if the coin flips, go ahead and iterate the head count, make it go up 1, and then output the heads logo. Otherwise, if the head count is 0, echo tails. It took this many flips. Wow. Huh. Shit. That got really murky, like right around here. You know? So let's see it. Let's see what we got. Save and submit code. We're gonna flip a coin until we get 3 heads in a row. It took 3 flips. Huh. Well, I suppose that's possible. Let's try it one more time. Wow, 10 flips. I wonder what's the most flips we can get. Yep, here's a whole lot of flips. 23 flips. No, it's gotta be more than that. Anyway, That's cool. I just want to see how far it would take it. So, while loop syntax. In the last exercise, you saw how a while loop can be used to repeat a set of commands an unknown number of times. That loop used the following syntax: while, condition, and then your loop. So, where the statements inside the curly braces are executed as long as the condition is evaluated as true. And in the last exercise, condition was the condition that the number of consecutive heads was less than 3. It's important when writing loops to make sure the loop will exit at some point. The loop will never exit and is an example of an infinite loop. And avoid infinite loops like the plague. Ooh. Huh. You know what? I'm going to have to take a look at this whenever I'm more rested. I'll be right back. All right. All right, I am back and I am rested. So let's check out looping the loop. We're going to go ahead, save and submit the code there. All right, it works, and start the next lesson. So this is the part where I started falling asleep last night. I think I just at a certain point was just ready to hit the sack. So, while loop syntax. In the last exercise, you saw how a while loop can be used to repeat a set of commands an unknown number of times. The loop used the following syntax. Alright. Where the statements inside the curly braces are executed as long as the condition cond is evaluated as true. In the last exercise, cond was the condition that the number of consecutive heads was less than 3. Alright, what do they want us to do this time? On line 9, add a condition inside the parentheses that makes the while loop run as long as loop cond equals true. Okay, so loop cond is going to start out as true. So loop cond equals true. Alright. Inside the curly braces, use echo to output the loop is running. Then click Save and Submit Code. I still have to do this and this. The loop is running, and now it's done. Did I do it right? Oh my god, I can't believe my primitive mind couldn't figure that out last night. Alright, moving on to part 3. I'm not as discouraged as I was last night. Last night, I was real discouraged. So I think I've got the hang of this. This is pretty basic after all. So your first while loop. Hang on, let me get some of this tea here. Man, shout out to Tazo and Truvia. That stuff is great. Alright, so now it is time for you to write your own while loop from scratch. Oh, God. Maybe you could reproduce the behavior of one of your for loops from the previous course, or you could try to write your own coin flip program. I guess I should. The beauty of programming is that you can do whatever you want. Unless you want to write an infinite loop on purpose, which you don't, do not write infinite loops. And if you find you have submitted one, refresh the page to stop it. Write the code for your own while loop below the comment inside the PHP tags, then click Save and Submit Code. Alright, let's see. var equals 2. While var equals greater than while var is greater than 1, echo bird in the hand, 2 in, oh, 2 in the bush. Is it? Is it? Did I do it wrong? I'm almost positive that I did this wrong. Oh, is this the secret sauce? Hang on. Well, this looks like exactly what I did. Okay, so I got the declaration of the variable right here. So var equals 2. Then while, oh, that's the problem. That right there. Also this little thing here. Alright, and then echo P. Bird in the hand, 2 in the bush. And, oh, I forgot to iterate at the end. Alright, so $var plus plus this thing. Is this it? Oh, is it gonna do this shit again? Really? Alright. So I think it's a problem with my internet at some, at some point I can't keep blaming Codecademy for, sending me back to the beginning and stuff. I think it's because it doesn't like it whenever I'm torrenting while I do this. Oh well, deal with it. Save and submit code. Ah, son of a bitch. What am I doing wrong? I don't think I wrote an infinite loop. The while loop below. Let's check out their hint. Here, fuck it. We'll even type it out exactly like they have theirs. What is wrong with this? Hang on. So variable, just like that, equals 2. While variable equals less than 19, 191. Why not? Echo iteration num Alright, there's absolutely no way that this can be wrong at this point. I don't know what the fuck is going wrong. Alright, let's try it this way. Here's what we're gonna do. Codecademy.com. From the dashboard, 46%. I swear to God, if this lost my progress, I'm just gonna have to copy it off the hint again. Nope. I got it that time. Alright, so yeah, it's doing my iterations there. You know what? Just for your insolence, I'm gonna make you do a lot more. Yep. Look at that. Yeah, calculate, bitch. Oh yeah. Alright, cool. So I think we got this one working. We're gonna hit save and submit code. Cat just walked in and left the door open. Alright, cool. So we got this lesson complete. Let me go ahead and shut the door, and that way I can get back to doing all the recording and everything, because it's a madhouse in here. Get in here, Spicy. Come on. Alright, here we go. Your first while loop. Now it is time for you to write your own while loop from scratch. Maybe you could reproduce the behavior of one of your for loops from the previous course. Oh, that's the one I just passed. Alright, so let's go on to number 4. Using end while. What was that one earlier? End switch. Okay. PHP offers the following alternative syntax for while loops. Note the colon note the colon after the end parentheses and the semicolon after the end while statement. I remember that. When they are embedded in HTML, I bet it's going to make me want to convert this over. Okay, cool. Here's how we convert this over. Let's see. While, and then instead of having this, we have this. And then instead of having this, we're going to have end while this. I think. Line 11. Yeah, there's something fucky on line 11. Let's get that hint going. I don't know. Okay. So this is like this, and this is like this. I'm guessing. Yes. I guess it helps if I even spell this right. Alright, cool. Calculate. Do it. Yeah. Alright, save and submit code. So, end while is just like end switch. I'll make note of that. You see, I thought ahead this time. I've got my 1POS mug here from my trip to Florida a few weeks ago. And so that whenever I finish it, I take the spoon, I drop it in my Frankenstein cup, the reserve cup. See, y'all didn't know that I roll like that. I keep my backup tea at all times, steeping right there. Some British men are probably having a heart attack that I left the tea bag in the cup the whole time. It's cool. I don't care. I'm American. That's how I roll. That's what we do. Put stevia in there. Bow. Kick it up a notch. I wish they had like stevia that you could add caffeine with. That'd be so bomb. Alright. Oh, that's so good. That's like cup number 6. Alright, start next lesson. 5 out of 7. Damn, boys, we are almost there. Alright, how do you do while? Do while. Sounds like a 50s song that like a doo-wop band would sing. Alright, you might have noticed that a while loop checks the loop condition before each iteration of... I did not notice that, but thank you for bringing it to my attention. A logical alternative is to check the condition after each iteration before looping back. A do-while loop does just that. Still so confused. One consequence of this difference is that the code inside a while loop can be bypassed entirely, whereas the code inside a do-while loop will execute at least once. A do-while loop will execute at least once. This means that the loop condition can depend exclusively on code within the loop's body. This is the case. Okay, and here we are, back again. So last time I remember we were doing like for each loops, end while, and some arrays, and selecting things in the arrays and all that kind of stuff. Well, bottom line is I don't remember a whole lot from what we did. So this one might be a little bit of a struggle at first, and if you're watching this one sequentially, you might be seeing me missing something that I got right in like just the last 10 minutes. You know, but it's actually like a week later. So let's go ahead, without much further ado, continue. 52%! Man, we're so close to knowing PHP while not knowing anything about PHP. Weird how that works out. Like, this whole time I've been working on a website and still not knowing anything about PHP, yet coding it with the stuff I learned here. Anyway, introducing functions. Functions are reusable pieces of code that you can use throughout an application, just like math. Alright, PHP has lots of built-in functions. String length is one of the most common string functions in PHP. You pass it a string, a variable containing a string, and it returns the number of characters in that string. Oh, so this is like len in Python. Use the index PHP tab to write your own code. Get the length of your own name, as I did for mine, and print it to the screen. Why are we having these not connected problems? What's going on? We're not broadband. This shouldn't be an issue. Alright, so length equals str length. My name is Stanley. This thing, that thing, whoops, not that thing, that one, and then print this variable right meow. Yes, sir. Start next lesson. Okay, cool. I thought it was going to be like some really tough stuff at first. I didn't even have a cup of tea yet. Another very common string function is substring. What is that? This function allows you to return a substring piece of your string. You pass this function the string, allergies. You pass this function the string you want to get a substring of, the character in your string to start at, and how many characters you want after your starting point. An example might be, okay, so it has my name variable equals David. Then it says partial variable equals substring my name 0 and 3. Print partial, so it prints David. So you want the letters between 0 and 3. Alright, cool. That makes sense. Note the standard parameter, the second parameter is based on a 0 indexed array. It means it starts counting from 0, I guess. Two other useful string functions are string tuper. I guess, does that have anything to do with what? Tuples or something? Oh, to upper and to lower, which makes your entire string uppercase or lowercase. Here's an example of each. Okay, so print uppercase equals string to upper, my name. You can also call these functions on a string directly, like so. Print string to lower, David. Use the index.php tab to write your own code. Get a partial string from within your own name and print it to the screen. Then try making your name uppercase and lowercase and print to those. Okay, I know what they want. Alright, so anyway, my name is name equals str length. Is that what it was? Or was it str len? Fuck it. That's not even what they were looking for. Alright. Substring. Wow, I didn't do this thing right at all. Partial equals substring my name, comma 0, comma 3. Well, that doesn't make sense. That wouldn't print Dave. That would print Davy. Because 0, 1, 2, 3. Huh. Well then, let's make this 4 and see what happens. Alright. My name equals Stanley. Alright. So, assumed my name line 7. Oh, it's because I don't have the dollar sign right, you know. There we go, dollar sign. Alright. My name 04. Print partial Stan. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. What the fuck is up with that 0? Huh? It's doing something really funky. Anyway, let's do the uppercase right here. Uppercase equals strtuber. My name, that thing. Print that variable. Whoops. Yeah. Alright, Stan and Stanley. And then we can copy this right here. Paste it right here. And then lower. Alright, and there you have it. So that should satisfy this challenge. Wow, there's only 8 units in this challenge. That is ridiculous. Guess who's drinking some tea? Soon. String functions 2. So, string position, I'm guessing that is. Find the position of the first occurrence of a substring in a string. So Emily, EI, Illy, ZXC. False. Okay. I guess that would be good for like indexing books or something. Alright, the parameters passed to string position are the haystack and the needle. The function tries to find the needle in the haystack. Oh, that's cute. Har har. It returns either the index of the first character or false if the needle cannot be found. If string position David H equals false, print sorry no H in David. Well, of course there's no H in David. Use the editor to create your own haystack and needle combinations. Print out the position of a letter that is in your own name. Alright? Name equals James. Whoops. James. And then position equals string position am. Whoops. Am. Hopefully this works. Print position this thing. One given I think I have this backwards. One, and then we can put some more letters in front of it. 12. Alright, cool. So that works. So print the position of where it is. So then do we have to do one on line 13 test? Let's see, check for a false value of a letter that is not in your own name and print out an error message. Okay. Alright, so let's copy paste all this good stuff right here. Alright, name is Hamas. And let's see, ZZZ. Print. Whoops. 12. Whoops. Alright, cool, it worked. And I didn't actually have to look at the spoiler this time. Alright. Normally I'm just looking at the spoiler and trying to figure it out, like command by command what's going on. Is I guess it's the only way I work. Like I have to observe it working before I start storing like the wrong way to do it in my head. So math functions 1. Let's move on to a bit of arithmetic. The most common math function you'll use is round. This function rounds floating point numbers. No fucking clue what that is. Numbers with decimal points in them. Got it. All right. Up or down. So you can use round to round your number to an integer or to round off complex floating point numbers to a specific number of decimal places. So we can make pi into 3.14, which always kind of aggravated me. So I was like, no, you asshat. It's at least 10 characters long. It's infinite. Yeah, it's what the fuck am I? Good God. Alright, this is accomplished by passing a second optional parameter to round, telling it how many decimal places you want the number rounded to. Here's an example. Round pi. Oh, of course they're going to do pi. Alright, round pi down from 3.1416. Round m pi. I wonder if m pi, like, it just knows how much pi is. Well, I suppose it does. Yeah, PHP constant. Yeah, that makes sense. So, use the exercise window to try rounding some numbers for yourself. You can use mpi if you like. I prefer tau, so we'll try tau. And if tau doesn't work, we'll use pi as a substitute. Try rounding a floating point number to an integer and print it to the screen. So, round equals round m tau, print round. Oh, okay, you don't know tau. Alright, I see how it is. No true Scotsman around here. Yeah. Okay. So, let's do comma 5,000. Huh, that's so fucking lame. That's so lame. It doesn't know 5,000 units. I mean, I don't know 500 units of pi or whatever. I don't even know 50 units of pi. But I think that's kind of lame. My second call to round. Oh, okay. Alright. So we're going to copy paste this because that's what it kind of needs, I guess it said. So we're going to give it 3 digits to satisfy this little challenge down here and save and submit code. Yeah. Alright, start next lesson. We are more than halfway through. No, we're just halfway through. Alright, a very common and useful function is random. This function returns a random number between 2 numbers. Optionally, you can provide your minimum and max numbers as parameters like this. Prints a number between 0 and 3276.7. Print rand. Prints a number between 1 and 10. Print rand 1 and 10. 32767. Oh, that's kind of weird. I wonder if that's like the limitations of the technology right there. 327. 32767. But that's more than 32767. Is that because I have a 64-bit processor, I think? Huh. That's crazy. To print a random character from your name to the screen. Okay. So, name equals James. Squiggle. Alright. Print the function of James. Oh, wait, no. Print the function of name. Huh. User knowledge of string length, substring, and random to print a random character. So I'm gonna need a hint for that one. Jesus. Use the editor to print a random number, create a new variable named name, store your name into it, then print a random character from your name. Okay, print substring. String is name, even though that's a variable. Start is going to be rand. Length is going to be 1. Alright, so I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. Stuck. Get it? Random accepts 2 arguments, minimum and max. The last character in your name is at position -1. Okay, let's try this. Alright. strlen variable name -1. This thing. Equals new name, print new name. That ain't gonna work. Well, that hint isn't much of a fucking hint, now is it? Remember that random accepts 2 arguments, minimum and maximum. Okay, so my minimum is 0, my maximum is 5. The last character in my name is at position string length. Boy. Print substring Hang on, what the fuck did I just do here? Oh, I printed every letter from the third one on. Well, not the third one, the fourth one on. String, starting position, and number of characters to return. So that means if this just means I misunderstood the question, then I'm a fucking idiot. Wow, goddamn, I am fucking impaired. Close. Alright, so start the next lesson. Charging my lasers. Alright, array functions 1. Arrays are a very common thing to use in programming. In fact, array is actually a function. What? Arrays are a very common thing to use in programming. In fact, array is actually a function. Good job. You have already used an array. I don't even know what an array or a function is. Aside from the array function itself, array push is arguably the most common and useful function for manipulating arrays. Array push takes two arguments, an array and an element to add to the end of that array. Here's an example. Fave bands. Oh god. Array push. Fave bands, Maroon 5, Bruno Mars, Nickelback, Katy Perry, Macklemore. Wow. Another cool array function is count. So count favorite bands, prints 5. Use the editor to create an array and use array push to add at least 5 elements to it. So we're telling it fave bands is an array object or function, I guess what that little lips thing means. Array push, and we're going to do this and this, and then this, and then this, and that a few times because I just do not have the time. Alright, use the editor to create an array and use array push to add at least 5 elements to it. Once all your elements are added, print out the number of elements in your array. Ooh, I should have put this in there. That would have been smarter. Sometimes I feel like there's bugs crawling under my eyelids. Alright, another cool array function is count. Alright, so Cannibal Corpse. Pendulum. Let's see. There we go. All right. Then print count fave bands. Seven favorite bands. Count them up. Save and submit code. Fucking right. Alright, array functions 2. Another common thing. I made a spelling mistake. It's ace of base with an E on the end. Shit. Alright, another common thing to do with arrays is sort them. Handily enough, PHP has a sort function. Is that sort like in Linux? Like alphabetized? PHP also has the opposite function, rsort. Lastly, we use join, so we can easily print out the representation of our sort arrays in this exercise. For this exercise, we'll use a comma as the glue. What? Alright, create an array with several elements in it, then sort it and print the joined elements to the screen. Fave bands equals array. This thing. Alright, push. What is it? Push array? What was it? I'm gonna have to go back. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Man, today is not my day. Alright, array function. So array push, that's what it is. Array push, fave bands, comma, band name. Alright, so array push this thing, the array, and then red. Alright. Cheese. Boat. Cucumber. Wire. Motherfucker. 420. Okay, there we go. Alright. And what were we gonna do? Alright, so we're going to do sort. Unexpected t variable. What the fuck is a t variable? Oh. Yeah, you see, whenever I saw this shit without the little comma right there, I was like, alright, whatever, if you say so. On line 12. R sort the array. R sort. There you have it. Finally join and print. Got it. Huh. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Alright, on line 6, use array to create an array with several elements and store it in the array. Done. I guess it just wants 3. You know, that's the only thing I don't like about this is that I have to do it exactly. Like, you can tell that it's not judging for correctness. It's judging, does this bit of code have a certain something on this certain line with this syntax? It's fucking stupid. Yeah, I've done that. Who the hell is in charge of writing these goddamn hints? That person's fucking retarded. Use join like in the examples to print your... Oh, no shit, I didn't see that in the example. Oh, wow. Wait, is this what it wants? Oh, good fucking God. Yeah, it's got 3 elements in it. Weird how it works. Still don't get fucking confirmation. There we go, finally. Fuck. I was about to stab myself in the fucking eye. Show what you know. Let's take what we've learned about strings, math, and arrays and create a game. Oh boy. In our game, we'll make a list of our closest family and friends and have a lottery. Ah, nice try, NSA. We will spin the wheel and randomly select one of our family friends to die. Because winning is a big deal, we'll have to display the winner's name to the public in all caps. Let's go. Create an array and push on the names of your closest family and friends. After you've created your list, sort it and randomly select a name from the list. Okay. List equals Okay, and let's see. Create an array with the names of your closest family and friends. The more names in your array, the more fun your game will be. After you've created your list, sort it. Okay, so sort list randomly print and I don't know how to do this. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so there's 4 people on the list. Also remember that array elements are accessed by using square brackets. Generate a random number between 1 and 4. Okay, so dead equals random between 1 4. That might be wrong. Oh, it's not going to print it to the screen. That's right. Okay, print dead. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. All right. So print list what? Print array list this dead this that. Oh, it got too many, that's why. Alright, cool. So if it hits 4, it's going to have a serious error. So we're not printing the count. Alright, create an array with the names of your closest family and friends. The more names in your array, the more fun your game will be. After you've created your list, sort it, and then randomly select a name from the list. When you have your winning name, print. Okay, so you don't have to print the count. Jacob. Alright, so we need to print list dead in upper caps. Okay, so let's store that as a variable. Equals corpse. Okay, so str to upper print str to upper corpse. This thing. Undefined variable corpse. I think we were supposed to do it this way. There we go. Now we get to choose who's gonna die. Every time you refresh it, you get to see who's gonna die. Dude, Jingleheimer's got some bad luck today. Alright, so 8 out of 8. I believe that wraps us up for this one. Let's hit save and submit code. I don't want to waste you guys' time. What the fuck? Oh, array push. Let's add Codecademy to the list. Fucking dicks. Alright. Array push this list, comma, Codecademy. Haha, it worked. Save and submit code. Did you remember to use count in your code? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Here, let's just count it for the fuck of it. How about that? Count. List. Just so you can count. And let me out of this fucking... There we go. Congratulations, you finished the course. Let's tweet about it and mob out of here like a fucking boss. Tweet. Goddamn right. Close the window. Close the window. Next course. Alright, motherfuckers. I'm done with the language filter. I'm gonna go get some tea, and then I'll be back. Or I might not. It's Saturday. It's my only day off. Do it the Alright, and we're back. One more week. Got the Frankenstein cup, got some chai tea, and some other things here. So we're rejoining the PHP course here on Codecademy. It's been about a week since I've been at it, or actually 9 days. So we're doing the PHP class, and so we're on functions part 2, part 1 of 7. So function refresher. We're going to jump right into it. Don't repeat yourself. This is a very simple yet fundamental principle in programming. Whenever you feel the need to rewrite a block of code, remember that it can probably be rewritten. Remember that it can probably be written as a function instead. You've seen some of PHP's built-in functions, but you can also define your own! By using one function instead of several blocks of the same code, you can reduce the amount of clutter in your document and keep your code neat and tidy. Let's do a little review. On line 8, use the string length function to echo the number of characters in your name. I only vaguely remember how to do this. Echo the string length of... Oh wait, my name is Stanley. This thing, that thing. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool, that works. Save and submit code. Alright, start next lesson. Starting off with a bang right out of the gate, and I'm noticing I got a dead pixel. A dead pixel on my brand new goddamn Fuck. I just bought this laptop. Function syntax 2 of 7. The typical structure of a function is as follows. Function name parameters statement. The keyword function indicates that the code following it will be a user-defined function. Name indicates the name of a function, which is case sensitive. Oh, case insensitive. The name of a function can contain numbers, letters, underscores, or dashes. The whole case insensitive thing of a function sounds kind of funky. I don't know, coming from a Linux world, it just seems kind of odd that it's case insensitive. Anyway, the arguments or parameters, which are the parentheses, will be the optional input a function uses to, god damn, do y'all hear that noise? I got this app called Tinder. Anyway, so the arguments or parameters will be the optional input a function uses to perform calculations. And of course, the statements themselves will be the code the function executes when it's called. Take a look at hello world function to the right. It takes no parameters, and when called, it will simply print the string hello world. Press save and submit code to continue to the next exercise. All right, let's read through it real quick. So in PHP documents, it's usually like so far all I've seen is it's an HTML document. It's got a PHP suffix or file extension there. Then inside you're going to have an open PHP block, which consists of, let me zoom in for you guys out there with the tiny screens. There we go. So it's got the open, it's got the less than sign, the question mark, and then PHP, and then the next one is a comment. That's what we learned in the earlier ones, is the 2 forward slashes there, and it says here we define the function. So we put function there to let them know that it's going to be a personal function here. Hello world is a function that means echo hello world. And then here we call the function hello world with this thing, the semicolon on the end, and then the closed PHP, which is a question mark and a greater than. So save and submit code, it says hello world. So if we modify this in here, it should say whatever we want it to say. Butter is good. There you have it. There you have it, folks. Butter is good. Save and submit code. Start next lesson. So far, we haven't really done any heavy lifting here. So writing our name can be a dull task when we don't have fun functions to help out. In this exercise, we'll be writing our very first user-defined PHP function that will do just that for us. On line 10, write a function called displayName that takes no parameters and will echo a string that contains your name. Check out the hint if you need help. So let's take a look at the way the one was before. So we've got the function word, we've got function this thingy, that thing. All right, cool. We're ready to go. Your first function. So let's create on line 10 a function called display name here in camel case, even though it does not matter. This thing, then that thing, whoops, this thing or that thing actually. This echo, then that, and then we do Stanley. Alright, and then this thing, then that. Then we're going to, I guess the word is called instantiate it. So display name, blah blah, blah blah. Alright, Stanley. There we go. Save and submit code. We take a quick glance at our Tinder messages real quick. Man, this girl is too fine. Alright, start next lesson. Sorry about that, guys. I gotta have a social life too sometimes, you know. I'll let tea I drink makes me feel a little bit squirrely sometimes. Alright, part 4 of 7. We are knocking this shit out. Alright, 4 of 7, calling your function. Defining our function makes it available for us to use, but we aren't using it until we call it. Okay, I guess I was saying instantiate it. So, to call a function, simply type the name of the function followed by any parameters. On the line after your function, try calling it. You should see your name display in the results panel. We already called it, so... Yep. Save and submit code. And we've got it. All right, so not a whole lot of heavy lifting in this one. All right, the return. God, this girl. Functions part 2, 5 of 7. Bam, bam, karate chop. The return keyword. Instead of printing something to the screen, what if you want to make it the value that the function outputs so it can be used elsewhere in your See, they got to go using all these words I don't understand. All right, in PHP, the return keyword does just that. It returns to us a value that we can work with. The difference between this and echo or print is that it doesn't actually display the value. Well, what's the point in that? Think of it like a calculator solving a mathematical problem that takes several steps to complete. The value from each step is computed, but we don't see the results until we get the final answer. In other words, the value from each step is computed, but we don't see the result until we get the final answer. But we don't see the result until we get the... What the fuck? In other words, each value is returned and the final answer is echoed on screen for us. On line 8, write a function called return name that returns your name. On line 8. Okay. Line 8. Function. What's it called? Return name function. Whoops. Gotta go back. That thing. Then return. I think. That returns your name. Notice how nothing is displayed in the results panel. Even though it is not visible, calling our function will still give us back our string. We just haven't done anything with it yet. Alright, so let's try it. Return name, blah, and blah. No. I don't know how I passed this lesson, because that didn't seem to do anything. Parameters and arguments. Functions wouldn't be nearly as useful if they weren't able to take in some input. This is where parameters or arguments come in. These are variables or inputs that a function uses to perform calculations. See, I still don't even know what we did in the last one. I was just kind of going through the motions there. Shit. Functions wouldn't be nearly as useful if they weren't able to take in some input. This is where parameters or arguments come in. These are the variables or inputs that a function uses to perform calculations. The function square value above takes one parameter, which it multiplies by itself, and then echoes the result. The names of the parameters themselves are used internally within the function, so they would be named something helpful. You can also use multiple parameters as long as they are separated by commas. So let's see what they're doing. Function, square value, number. Square value, number. So we're squaring the value of number. So it's probably going to ask for number somewhere. So echo number times number, which is the square, and then n equals 6. Oh, so n is number. And then square value n equals 36. Okay, that makes sense. Kind of backwards sounding. Because I'm used to like this whole stuff being up here. And then this stuff is still on the bottom, but I don't know. This, to me, this should say number, but I guess that would kind of confuse it with this. So the function square value above takes one parameter, which it multiplies by itself, and then echoes the result. The names of the parameters themselves are used internally within the function, so they should be named something helpful. You can also use multiple... Okay, I understand why this is n now, because that would screw up this. All right, so write a function called greetings. All right, function greetings. This, bam, nope, this. It should take name as a parameter. Go back here, namesies. The function should echo a string, echo greetings, comma, space, this thing, and this thing, and this, and that. And that. Then call greetings with your name to test it out. So we're going to do this thing, name equals Stanley. this, and then we're going to do greetings function this, that. Mother fuck. Missing argument 1 for greetings, called on line 12 and defined in line 8. I don't exactly know what I'm doing here. Let's see, let's get a hint. Oh, here we go. Nope. Is this it? Yep, there we go. That was the issue. I forgot to do the parameter. Duh. 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 Alright, guys, 7 out of 7. Shaking in my boots. Let's do this. Practice makes perfect. Hopefully, throughout these exercises, you've learned the basics of defining and calling your own functions using PHP. To summarize this section, we are going to have to take all of what we have learned and apply it once more. What the... Alright. Function. About me. It takes 2 parameters, name and age. So, name, comma, age. It should echo out, hello, my name is name, and I am 8 years old. Okay. Alright. Oh, gotta go back, open up the brackets, next line, echo, and you see how it indented me automatically because I used this little curly brace right here? That's pretty cool. Alright, echo, hello, my name is variable name, and I am variable age, very young, years old. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, and then call your function and check out the results. Alright, well I guess we should name the variables. We should set them like this after we put the that on the end. Then we do variable name equals Stanley. Oh shit, I keep forgetting the little dit on the end. And then age equals 11. Call your function and check out the results. So we're gonna do about me. Ooh, I forgot to close that thing after this too. Shit. About me. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Alright, about me. Fuck. Line 8. Function about me. I wonder if it's supposed to be like this. Nope. I hope this it isn't this thing hanging me up again. Age. What am I doing? Hang on, I'm doing something wrong here. Alright, write a function called about me. Function about me. It's got the little parameters in there. Echo, hello, my name is. Hello, my name is name. And I am age years old. Okay, I got the end quotes. And I got this thing. Then I got the close. Then I've got name equals Stanley. What if I did echo about me? What if I did this? Nope, still expecting a t variable on line 8. Huh, looks like we'll have to get a hint. Alright, hello, my name is... Oh, that's what it is. This and this and this and that and this and that. Huh. Hang on. Hello, my name is... Yeah, technically this should make sense. Be mindful of your spaces. What the fuck? Let's zoom out a little bit here. Things are getting a little bit fucky. Echo, hello, my name is... Yeah, everything is spaced out correctly. Huh. Function about me, name, age. Echo, hello, my name is name. Name, Stanley. Age, 11. Syntax error unexpected, line 8. I wonder if it's still name, age. What are we doing wrong? Function called about me takes two parameters, name and age. All right, where's the thing that it said about commas? Parameters and arguments. Okay, I think I know what the deal is. Okay, this right here needs to have this name oh shit. Huh. What just happened? Syntax error, unexpected quotes, expecting ampersand or t variable on line 8. Well, let's Google what this bullshit ass error means and figure it out. Of course it's Codecademy. Here's my code. Your code here, PHP class dog. There's no space between function and dog. maybe I have some spaces wrong here. No? Yeah, that's not working. What? No fucking way. It wasn't supposed to have quotes? Are you bullshitting me? Are you fucking kidding me? Don't tell me this works. Oh my god. Alright, so I finished functions part 2. I'm gonna tweet this motherfucker. Mob out of this motherfucker. Get me some more tea. God damn it. Good thing about tea, when it goes cold, you still have iced tea. Alright, so let's go back to PHP, see what percentage we're at. We were at 62% last time. 70%. Fuck yeah, we're finishing this shit tonight. Alright, let me answer this girl on Tinder over here. I don't know, it might have to be a duet finishing up the last 30%, but yeah, wish me luck. Whew, here we go, all rapid fire and shit. I got my little tea bag here, some more chai. Burning my fingers, that's how you know it's good. Put it on your desk because you're a boss. So, I just want to tell you guys today about this stuff right here called Truvia. It's pretty awesome. It's my favorite way to get cancer. And shit's pretty goddamn tasty. Anyway, alright, so PHP, we are 70%. We are so close I can taste it. I almost feel like I know something about PHP. I did a lot of work in Bootstrap over the weekend, which has nothing to do with PHP, but as a result, I feel a little bit more proficient with these whole like web languages. So anyway, what's object-oriented programming? PHP is an object-oriented programming language, which means that you can create objects which can contain variables and functions. When talking about objects, you refer to variables belonging to these objects as properties, or attributes or fields. Man, so much confusion with all the buzzwords. And functions are called methods. These objects are essential when dealing with PHP, as almost everything is an object. For example, functions and arrays are objects too. And this shows why we use objects. We can bundle our functions and data in one place. We can create objects easily using classes, object constructors, so we can create lots of instances, objects which have been constructed via a class, which contain mostly the same data except for little nuances. Holy convoluted, Batman. Jesus. Take a sip of the tea on that note. Ooh. Burn the lips. On the right, there is a person class in one instance stored in me on line 32. New person, boring, comma, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, comma, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, on the right, there is a person class in one instance stored in me on line 32. So person class, me equals new person. Then the greet method of the me object is called, and the result is echoed on line 35. So echo me to greet. Oh, so insert these into greet. So there must be a function called greet or something somewhere. Oh, shit, this is complex. Well, I guess not really complex, but it's complex to me. Woof. Alright. So let's try our best to understand it before we hit save and submit. So we're starting class person just like we would do function person, except there's no little parentheses right here. yeah, there's no parentheses right here. So creating some properties, variables tied to an object. So public, which is a public variable. I know that from using Unity 3D. Some of you are chuckling over there, but if it works. Ooh, that's hot. Public variable is alive equals true. So it's a true-false variable right there. Doesn't have to be in quotes since it's true, or since it's true-false. Public first name, public last name, public age. So assigning the values, public function. Oh, this is the one in the last video. That guy forgot the space between function and construct, and that was his issue. So we got to remember that one. Public function construct, first name, last name, age. This to first name equals first name. This to last name equals last name. This to age equals age. Create a method function tied to an object. Public function greet. All right, this is the greet function that we were looking for down here, me to greet. So me would be new person, boring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Public function greet would be, it'd be like putting that data right here in the middle of this thing right here. So return, hello, my name is, concatenate this to first name, concatenate, space, concatenate this to last name, concatenate, quote, period, nice to meet you, smiley face, quote, this thing, squiggle, squiggle. All right. So public function greet is using all of these declared variables or whatever. So I guess it has some way, well no, it doesn't have some way to prompt you because he's storing the variable somewhere else, right here. Okay, so I'm starting to make sense of it. Let's just hit save and submit code. You guys are probably tired of hearing me act like a monkey going over this. Start next lesson. All right, objects in real life. How object-oriented programming is used in real life can be shown with a forum as an example. Every forum user object has the same rights. He can log in and write methods. Can contain some settings, properties, but every user has a different name, another property. Every user is created easily as you create a new instance of a user class when you sign up. As we've seen, there are some... okay, sweet. All right, cool. See, the application that I've been working on in my off time is this inventory application. You guys can check it out. Probably nobody's watching this anyway. Go to Shelfer, like shelf, like a shelf on the wall, shelfer.im/beta. And it's something I whipped up in Bootstrap and PHP. And I got like a bunch of database and tabular data and stuff like that. And the whole reason why I chose PHP to do this series was because I knew it could interact with a database on a web front end. So that's what I'm using PHP for. And now you know my evil motives. So every user is created easily as you create a new instance of a user class when you sign up. And as we've seen, there are some properties and methods that every instance has in common, such as logging in and writing. And there are some which are unique, such as each user's name. And without object-oriented programming, OOP for short, this cannot be done that easily. Winky face. Another example on the right. On the right, there is a person class. So every new person has some properties like is alive or first name and method greet. Right now, there's only one instance of the person class. Me. But we'll reconstruct this class and you'll even create another instance of the class so your name will be echoed too. Right now there is only one instance of the person class, me, but we'll reconstruct this class and you'll even create another instance of the class so your name will be echoed too. Well, it's hot. In the next exercises we're going to create some classes, so let's start coding. Everything crystal clear? Good. Press save and submit code. Let's see what's going on here. So introduction to oriented programming is going to be the little tab data. PHP code create the class person. Remember, no parentheses there. Creating some properties, variables live. Okay, public variable is alive, true. Public first name. So public is alive, true is already declared here. So we're not going to be asking for that in the parentheses right here. So first name, last name, age is part of the public function construct. So first name, then last name, then age. So this goes to first name equals first name. This goes to last name. See, this is the part that kind of, ironically, this is the part that kind of confuses me. But I'll probably understand it more as we go. So creating a method, a function tied to an object. Public function greet. All right, so we have return, which is the thing that renders the data, I guess you'd say. It renders the output, but doesn't necessarily display it. So public function greet. Return, hello, my name is, quote, concatenate this to first name, concatenate, space, concatenate, this to last name, concatenate, quote, period, nice to meet you, winky, or smiley face, this thing, squiggle, squiggle. Creating a new person called Boring12345, who is 12345 years old. Ooh, that's another Tinder match. I am on fire. All right, me variable equals new person. Person is that class, I think. Yeah, class person. New person, instantiation of the class, or if that's even the right word, Boring12345 is his name. 12345 years old. So printing out what the greet method returns, echo me to greet. So greet me, bitch. All right, so that works. Now I finally understand how this little bit of code works. We will check the Tinder match. Yes, she is fucking hot. Sorry guys, if you can see this girl, you'd understand. Alright. Enough of that. Building your first class. Great, now you know the technical terms. Smiley face. Let's start coding by reconstructing the person class. The basic class syntax looks like the following. Class, class name, squiggle, squiggle. The class keyword means that you create a new class. Duh. The syntax is quite similar to the function syntax, as you can create new instances of this class using the following syntax. Object1 equals new class name function, because it's got these things. It's got the little monkey face, monkey winky face, because it's got the little parentheses and whatever. I'm high. The new keyword means that you create a new object and ensures your arguments are added as. The new keyword means that you create a new object and ensures that your arguments are added as properties, so it initializes the constructor, which we're going to deal with later. Okay, so I'm starting to think the constructor wasn't necessarily like the name of something. It was like an actual piece of machinery or something, which we're going to deal with later. Bugs in my hair. Alright. So that makes sense. Okay, so obj1 is an object there, and it's saying object1 is a new class name. Okay, so that makes sense. It just kind of brings into existence a new class. Alright, we don't need to pass any arguments as we haven't added any properties which can store different values depending on the instance quite yet. Add a pair of PHP tags in line 9. Let's see if this is like Sublime Text. Type PHP and tab twice. PHP, tab. Nope. That's bullshit. Alright, less than, question mark. Let me move that out of the way. Question mark, PHP, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. Alright, so this thing, bam, like that. Create a person class. So we're going to do class person, this, that. Create two instances of the person class, teacher and student. What? Oh, person and student. Teacher and student. All right. What? Oh, that's not how that's done. What the fuck am I thinking? All right, so this goes down here. We're gonna do teacher equals new person monkey face. Ooh. Yeah, no errors, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Monkey face. The new keyword means that you create a new object and ensures that your arguments are added as properties. So it initializes the constructor. We don't have to deal with the constructor yet. All right, create two instances of person, class, teacher, student. All right, let's see what happens. Pasha! All right, start next lesson. Man, we are killing shit tonight. 4 out of 10. Still got my fucking stuck pixel right there. I got this little blue pixel right here on my brand new Dell. And it's a blue pixel. Chaps my ass. Property panic 1. Great work. Now we can add some properties to our class. As you remember, properties are pieces of data bound to an object, and you can imagine an object as a bundle of information and actions. Class fruit. Public variable count equals 3, so that one's stuck. Alright, public type. Apple new fruit. There's no fruit. Yep, fruit up here. Apple type equals apple. Print apple count. Oof, that's really, really complex. All right, it's gonna kind of walk us through what the fuck that whole thing is right there. First, we check Tinder because we're starting to wonder why a girl hasn't answered to our cheesy advances. Oh yes, she has. All right, more cheesy advances, more tea. Oh, more burning of the mouth. Oh, gulp it. Gulp it. All right. In the example above, we first created a new class called fruit. Class fruit. Squiggles. Public equals count 3. All right. Then we add a property count and set its value to 3. Got it. Next, we add a property type, but we don't store anything in it yet. Public type. Next, we add a property type, but we don't store anything in it yet. After the class definition, we create a new instance of fruit and store it in apple. Then we set the type property of apple to the string apple. Okay, so it makes the apple variable be the type of apple. Finally, we print out the two properties of apple. Let's try this out. Add a public isAlive property to the person class. All right. Yeah, like this. Public person equals. Wait. Hang on. This thing is alive. Yes. Oh, it's not yes, and it's not a minus sign. What the hell are you guys? You're supposed to be telling me these things. What the fuck do I keep you guys around for? All right, add a public is alive property to the person class. Okay. And assign the value true to is alive like the count property above. Add 3 further public properties to the person class. First name, last name, age. All right. Public first name. Don't assign any values to these like the type property above. Echo the value of teachers is alive property. Echo the value of teachers is alive property. Let's see. How did we do this here? Is alive is 1, so I guess that means true. Was this correct? Did we do it? Yep, we got it correct. Booyah, Grandma. Alright, start next lesson. 4 out of 10. I still feel like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on this thing. Property Panic Part 2. Good job. Now we have some properties. But right now, teacher and student are the same, which should be changed immediately, correct? Smiley face. The solution. We have to create a constructor to create different objects. This constructor is also a method. Convoluted. This constructor is also a method, but you don't need to worry about this fact just yet. The syntax. Public function construct. Prop object 1, comma. What? Oh, there's a little scroll right here. Prop comma 1, prop comma 2, squiggle. This to prop 1 equals prop 1. This to prop 2 equals prop 2. Alright, cool. That makes sense. So you should remember the public keyword and the arrow notation. You're creating a function bound to a class, a method. The constructor method has to be called construct. Finally, the weird way to assign values, this to prop 1 equals prop 1, means that the value you pass in construct function via the new keyword is assigned to this, which represents the object you are dealing with, and prop 1 is the actual property of the object. By creating a new instance using the new keyword, you can actually call this construct method, which constructs the object, and that's why we have to pass in some arguments when we create an instance of a class, since this is how the properties get set. That makes sense. It's fucking stupid, but it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Add a constructor to person with 3 parameters: first name, last name, and age. Add a constructor to person with 3 parameters: first name, last name, age. Class person. Public function construct. Alright, so this is how we're going to do this. Public. I don't think function is the name of it. Are we doing a function? You see, this is where things get a little bit fucky. Public function. Okay. I hope I'm doing this right. Last name equals. Echo the age of student. The age of student. Ah, something got me. All right, so we've got to figure this one out. All right, the age. What's going on here on line 22? What's going on? Teacher equals new person, boring. Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. This opens, this closes. I should have put another one of these, I think. There we go. Echo age. The age of student. Trying to get property of non-object, line 25. Student is not an object. Age, student. Let's try that. Let's get a hint. Class, class name. Public, prop 1, true. Public, prop 2, 3, 4. Public function, construct. I swear to God if he has the same shit I've got. Construct. Props 1, 3, 3, 4. This prop equals prop. Prop. This. Okay, so this could be on a new line. We've pretty much got the same code so far. So object equals new class name. Oh, object 1 to property 1. Alright, cool, it worked. Alright, I have no idea what I just accomplished right there, but once again, we passed it. Alright, sweet. Yes! I feel like I've got a better understanding of this. A method to the madness. Great work. Now the hardest and longest part is behind us. As you've seen, methods, functions bundled into objects, have the following syntax. Public function, function name, optional parameter, do something. Alright, and we know the construct function is a special one, which is called when a new object is created using a new keyword. Furthermore, we've learned we have to use this keyword if we want to access some properties in a class. So, like we did with the teacher age thing. So if we want a method to return a sentence containing the first name, we would have to use this first name. As you can see, there is no dollar when you access a property in a class. Calling a method is similar to accessing a property. You just have to add the parentheses. Instructions. Add a method called greet to your class. This method ought to return hello, my name is. Alright. So alright, so public function method 1, this thing, which ones are we looking for? Oh, greet. Be sure you're putting in all these spaces here, because that seems to be a common problem. Okay. Public function greet. Call this new greet method on teacher and student and echo the results to the page. Oh, snap. Yep. I think we did it without the hint. Sweet. Alright, take another sip. Fuck it. Oh, the stevia didn't get stirred up. So it was just a lump at the a lump at the bottom. Alright, part 7 of 10. God, I feel like we've been doing this for 3 years. Putting it all together, part 1. Well done, you've reconstructed the person class. Let's create another class, a dog class. It should have a public property, numLegs, which stores the value 4. Furthermore, there should be the possibility to give every dog a name using a construct or constructor. Of course, we also need some methods as a dog is able to bark. Our dogs are also able to introduce themselves to greet, so we'll also need... Good God. Serious? At least we'll need 2 cute dogs. At last we'll need 2 cute dogs. That's it. Let's start. You'll find the basic syntax for the tasks and the hints, so don't worry. And although this looks like a huge task, it's actually quite easy. So this time let's create our class and add the properties. Alright, let's try and do this the way the instructions say first, and then we'll look at the hint if we still can't get it. So this thing, the PHP thing, enter, 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 this thing, that thing, enter. So create a dog class. So public class, this thing, stores the value 4 to the dog class. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean this? I mean, hell, how am I supposed to know? Yeah, I'm already gonna have to get the hint because I just... Alright, so you add the PHP, creating a class, class name. So we already fucked up right here, so... Okay, so add a new class. Create a dog class. Okay, so class dog. Class dog. Adding public properties. Public properties equals 123. Public properties equals 4. Okay. Hang on. Add a public property called numLegs, which stores the value 4 to the dog class. Add another public property called name, which doesn't contain a value. Name. Add the constructor method, which accepts name as a parameter. What? Adding a constructor to be added after the properties in a class. Public function in this constructor method, add some code so this name contains name. This to name contains name. Line 18. Yeah, I keep forgetting all those curly braces. Save and submit code. Did you create a dog class? Yes, we created a dog class. Let me uppercase it, make sure. No, I didn't. You said it wasn't case sensitive, you dick. Huh. So it's case sensitive. Okay, that kind of sheds a little bit of light on how they're grading this whole thing. Alright, putting it all together, part 2. We're out of T, so we need to make this one quick. Good job, we're almost there. Now let's add 2 further methods and let's create some objects. Add a public method to the dog class called bark. Add a public method to the dog class called bark. Is it public bark? No, I gotta get a hint. Public function bark. This thing. Return wolf. That one. Add a public method called greet to the dog class. Public function greet to the dog class. This method ought to return a nice sentence containing the name property of the dog, which introduces himself. Echo, hello, my name is. Create 2 instances of the dog class. Alright, new dog, new deg. Well, that doesn't sound right. Object 1, which is deg. Dog. Okay, so dog 1 equals see, I'm having some trouble here. Alright, add a public method called greet to the dog class. This method ought to return a nice sentence containing the name property of the dog which introduces himself. Create 2 instances of the dog class and store the one with the name Barker in the variable dog1. What's part 3? Alright, so we have to create 2 instances of the dog class. So we're just going to copy this shit and then fill it the fuck out. Equals new dog. Alright, to create 2 instances of the dog class and store one with the name Barker. In the variable dog1. Dog1. And the other one with the name Amigo in dog2. Man, a whole mess of fucking errors. God damn it. What am I doing wrong? Hang on, we gotta go back to number 7. We're copying this and we're cheating the fuck out of this part. 7, putting it all together, done. 8, putting it all together, part 2. That's what it was. Q&A forum. Let's see what they have because I am fucking stuck. Pissing away my whole night on this. This is the only guy that is on my same one. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure this one out tomorrow. My brain is just shot right. What's up, fellas? So I thought of this one all night last night. I thought about it while I was at work, and today I finally broke down and visited the little comment section, the Q&A forum, and I found this guy's code, which was for the most part working. And here's the working code here. I felt like such a dirty cheater, but at this point I just had to get through this exercise because last night I felt like a big pussy, and we're at 79, 80% right now, something like that. So, challenge time. Actually, let's go back to PHP, see what percentage we're at here. Let's go slow internet. All right, 80%. We are so close. I hope I can knock out this series today. So let's see. Load the page up. Awesome. Now let's try the same without the training wheels. Shit. Let's create a cat class which has two public properties, an isAlive property storing the value true and a numlegs property containing the value 4. There should be a public name property which should get a value when a new object is created, so assign the value to name via the construct method. Then I also want these cats to be able to add meow, so add a meow method which returns meow meow. Finally, create an instance of the cat class which has the name codecat. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Alright, create a cat class which has two public properties. So we're going to do class cat this thing, then public is alive, true, public numlegs equals 4. And we're not putting quotes around either one of them because this is not a string, it's just a true false, and this is just a number right here. I gotta watch my tea closely. I got a different kind of tea today. It's pretty good stuff. It's like a Mandarin green tea. Alright, there should be a public name property which should get a value when a new object is created. So public, and then this is a method, I think. Name, wait, public construct is it like this? Public name construct this? No, wait. Construct. Shit, why do I keep doing that? Construct this name this, then meow method which returns meow meow. So let's see. Echo, meow, meow. Okay, so name, oh wait, this name equals name. What's going on line 14 here? T-string expecting variable. Shit, I don't even know what the hell that means. Hang on, let's see. We gotta get a little hint here. This is some bullshit. Sorry, this is your challenge, so I must. Oh, fuck you, man. You gotta be kidding me. I swear to God. Alright, so class dog, public is alive, true, numlex for public name, public function, construct name. Okay, this is the piece we needed, right? Yeah. Let's go back here. Alrighty, that looks about right. Let's refer back to this. Function construct name. Oh, public function construct. I didn't do public function construct. Okay, so new cat new cat which has the this name equals. Wait. No, that's not how it went. Part 2. Man, my internet is sure making an embarrassment out of me right now. Alright, let's try this little piece right here. I think this is the one that I need. I've still got that dead pixel, by the way, which is really starting to chap my ass. Anyway, let's go down here. Alright, new cat. Paste in that piece of code, dog 2. Alright. Ah, still getting me. Alright, let's figure this one out. Alright, cat1, new cat, code cat, echo, cat1, meow. Has the name code cat, store the variable cat1, then call meow method on this cat. Echo, cat1, meow. Echo, meow, meow. So for some reason, I think I messed up the little brackets thing. So squiggle open, squiggle close, squiggle open, squiggle close. I need another squiggle. Yes! Please tell me this is the right code. What? My what method? Oh. Returns meow meow. Return. Alright, start next lesson. We're rolling along here. We're cheating, but we're rolling along. Well done. Mission accomplished. In this course, you've learned the basics of object-oriented programming, or OOP for short. You know what a class is. You know what an object is. You know that you create objects using green eggs and ham, as you simply create an instance of a class to create a new object. You know how to create classes and objects. You know how to add properties to a class. You know how to add methods to a class. You know how to use construct method and the new keyword. You know the arrow notation. Actually, you know quite a lot. The next course even dives deeper in object-oriented programming, and you'll learn some nice concepts like inheritance or what constants are. If you want to, you may have a look at the hint. Echo the following sentence. Now I know the basics of object-oriented programming. Echo. Now I know the basics of OOP. Whew. Alright, let's tweet this motherfucker, end this hellish video, and then upload that bitch. God, this has been a really big exercise in patience. This one actually took me 2 days. I feel like I kind of let you guys down a little bit, but let's see what percentage we're at now. 82%. Oh, shit. That means what we did just now was only 2%. Alright, anyway, see you in the next video. I may or may not do it tonight, but yeah. What's up, guys? And we are back. Alright, cool. So we're at 82%. It's been like 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure that I've forgotten everything except for how to do a PHP include and a PHP echo statement. So, this one's going to be rough. Alright, let's hit continue right here. We're at 82%. I can't wait because we're going to do a couple of these other courses first, and we're going to kind of build it up from like a web developer point of view. Because lately I've really been getting into some other things like Node.js and stuff like that. So much stuff. Alright, anyway. Today's lesson is going to be a refresher on what we did last time, luckily, because I totally forgot everything. And you guys probably haven't, because you probably just watched all the rest of the videos, which are probably getting up to somewhere around like 5 hours now. Anyway, we don't have any tea this week. We got this big old jug of Ozarka here, which tastes pretty good. Alright, so if you remember the last few videos, we've been doing object-oriented PHP, which is all about how you do your like functions and methods and whatever that stuff is there. It's all modular. Anyway, it's good shit. Anyway, so object-oriented PHP helps your code stay flexible by allowing it to be only defined once but used in many places. So class name, this could be whatever word, and then these curly braces here usually have some type of like functions or, you know, whatever this class is going to be like. So class name, the variable, $ class name equals new class name. Let me zoom in a little bit here to help you guys. Alrighty. Class name equals new class name function. We've already learned how to create objects from the classes we define, so let's run through a little refresher. Remember, we use the class keyword to define our class. So class name, new class name. So define a person class. Alright, so we make the class like this. class person curly braces. Okay, and then here create a instance called me here. Create a person instance called me here. Create a new variable, me. How did we create variables again? And store a new person in it. Okay, me equals new person. I think it goes like this. Okay, so stuck, get a hint. Let's see what the hint says just in case so we don't look like idiots. Class, class name. Okay, we did that. My object, new class name. Yeah, I think we did it right. Alright, cool, we did it right. Alright, cool. So we haven't forgotten too much. I've been messing around with a lot of other languages and it's kind of clouded up the way the way that I remember this being last time. Let me zoom out just a bit. Am I zooming in or zooming out? What am I doing here? Tell you what I can do. Put this down here. Actually, you know what? I think in the other videos we actually did auto hide. So just auto hide that hoe. Full screen this right here. That's how we do it. Alright, so class and object methods. Remember when we covered built-in functions in PHP? Well, we can combine that idea with our knowledge of cases and objects. That is, there are built-in PHP functions that tell us interesting information about the classes and objects we've created. Good stuff. Check out the example in the editor to the right. We're demoing 3 useful built-in methods. is_a function something, which we use to find out if a particular object is an instance of a given class. Property underscore exists to see if an option has a given, or to see if an object has a given property, and method underscore exists. And I don't know if this means function or what, but the little parentheses, that's what's called, parentheses. Okay, to see if an object has a given method. Note that the first argument is the object we're checking, and the second is the class, property, or method name. Hang on. Check out the example in the editor to the right. We're demoing 3 useful methods, which we use to find a particular object is an instance of a given class. To see if an object is part of a class. To see if it has a property, and to see if it has a method. Okay, so we're seeing to see if it's in a class, if it has a method. Okay, alright, got it. Okay, so note that the first argument is the object we're checking, and the second is the class, property, or method name as a string. The first argument is the object we're checking. Class person. Oh, if. Alright. Alright. Is a person we're checking, and the second is the class. Okay. No, it doesn't make sense. Ah, God. We need some caffeine up in this bitch. Alright, so let's see if we can read through the code and kind of see what this does. Because, like, I know that this is one of those... This is like a gimme right here. Like, I'm going to click save and submit, but it's just going to be a gimme, and I'm still not going to understand what's going on. So I really need to look through this. Okay, so we've got the standard HTML, whatnot there. We got the PHP include stuff right here. This is not an include, it's a block of code. Alright, so PHP class, the class that we're making is called person, and then public is alive equals true. We always have this in the code, and I can't understand if it's just like some arbitrary variable, or if that's something that's like, you know, like the title, you know, or something like that, like something semi-vital, but it doesn't really matter if it's gone type thing, you know? And then so, alright, so function, we're doing a construct name, this name equals name. I forgot what constructs do. Shit, fuck. Public function dance, return I'm dancing. Me equals new person Shane. If is a me person echo I'm a person. If property exists name echo I have a name. If method exists dance and I know how to dance. I'm a person, I have a name, and I know how to dance. I'm a person, I have a name, and I know how to dance. Oh, okay. All right. All right. I'm starting to get it now. All right. It's all starting to come back. All right. So here's the deal. Like I had a rough couple of head injuries, and so like memory's not my best thing. So I was reading this code, and like that what was coming together in my head was, oh shit, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I don't know what this stuff is, what this code is. I have not even a clue of what's going on. And it's weird. Sometimes it's like a TV that doesn't work and you bang on it a little bit and all of a sudden it just like and like it works. Like that whole thing kind of happened. So like I was reading through the code and then finally I got it and I'm like, "Ah, I get it." All right. So function construct name, this name equals name. So basically what we're doing here is setting up for this right here. This is like the head, this is like the body right here. This is where all the work is happening, like the if loops and stuff like that. And it all works together to put up this sentence. So like if the method didn't exist called dance, because this is a method checker type thing. So if there was no dance method, then it wouldn't say I know how to dance. It would say I'm a person, I have a name, comma, and then it would just look stupid because they didn't factor in like the punctuation and the changes and stuff. Anyway, so it'd be I'm a person, I have a name, and it wouldn't say I know how to dance. So like, let's say I'm a person, I have a name, and I know how to fuck. Watch this. I'm a person, I have a name. You see, this person clearly does not know how to fuck. Alright, so dance. Dance. This person knows how to dance. Alright, see, that's because there's this right here. So if we changed this to fuck, I'm smushing. I'm a person, I have a name, clearly does not know how to fuck. But if we change this, and I know how to dance. Alright, save and submit code. It's probably going to fail because I altered it. Nope. Alright, anyway, I can't believe I said that. There's probably some kid watching this like, Mom! Alright, so inheritance, we're on 3 out of 8. Wow. Alright, cool. So it's all starting to come back a little bit. Inheritance. As you've been thinking about classes and objects, you might have realized that one class might actually be a specialized type of another class. For instance, you might have a vehicle class and a truck class, and it would probably save you an awful lot of typing if you could somehow specify that truck... What? Class and object. You might have realized that one class might actually be a specialized type of another class. That doesn't make sense to me. For instance, you might have a vehicle class and a truck class. Oh. Truck instances should automatically have many of the same properties and methods as vehicle instances. That makes sense. I could see how that could be useful. PHP allows us to accomplish this through a process called inheritance. Inheritance is a way for one class to take on the properties or methods of another class. You could say that one class extends the other. This is used to express an is-a tag. What? PHP allows us to accomplish this through a process called inheritance. Inheritance is a way for one class to take on the properties or methods of another class. You could say that the one class extends the other. Oh, okay. This is used to express an is-a relationship. For example, a truck is a vehicle, but... Okay, yep. So it could inherit from vehicle, but motorcycle isn't a truck. Got it. So it shouldn't inherit from truck, although both could inherit from vehicle. We can cause one PHP class to inherit from another with the extends keyword. Alright. Instructions. Check out the code into the editor to the right. We created 2 classes, shape and square, with square inheriting from shape. So a square is a shape, but a shape might not necessarily be a square. So we didn't specify that square has a has sides property, but it should inherit it from shape. Okay, has sides, true. Class square extends shape. So square is inheriting all the properties of shape right here in this class. So we didn't specify square has a has sides property. You know what's cool? I wonder, like, you see how this is shape right here? I wonder if we did something like Shit, I hope I don't. You know, I'm not going to fuck up the lesson, but if we duplicate this and then put like surface or something like that, and I wonder if we could put shape and then surface right here, and if it would still apply both of them, kind of like how whenever you're using Bootstrap and it's like table, table default, table striped, and stuff like that. So anyway, we didn't specify that square has a has sides property, but it should inherit it from shape. Complete the if statement on line 18 by using the property exists method to check if square has the has sides property. What? Let's look at that last one and see exactly how that went. If method exists, me variable. Oh, if property exists, me name. Okay, property exists, me name. Okay, got it. If square has sides, because the second one doesn't get, I don't think the second one gets the $sign. Click the hint for help, echo I have sides. On line 18, unexpected, this. Nope, that doesn't work. Let's see what this looks like on number 2. Oh, property exists, parentheses, parentheses, parentheses. Makes sense. I totally messed that up. Bloop. Right there, I have sides. Save and submit code. I have sides. I have no legs. Overriding parent methods. Nice work. Sometimes we want a child class or subclass to be able to override a property or method of its parent class or superclass. For instance, we might have a shape class with a sides property set to true, but what? What am I even reading? Like, the words are going in my eyes and out of my mouth, and I'm not even processing it because I'm thinking about other stuff. What? I did this in school a lot. Alright, nice work. Sometimes we want a child class or subclass to be able to override a property or method of its parent class. Okay, so like if you want an inherited font size to be changed or something. For instance, we might have a shape class with sides property set to true, but we might want square to override this property and set sides to 4, since the square always has 4 sides. Says who? That would look something like this. Class shape, sides equals true. Class square extends shape, sides 4. It's pretty easy. You just create a new property or method in the child class with the same name as the one in the parent class, and the child's version will always take precedence over the inherited. Yeah. Alright, let's copy this here. We're going to do Control C. We're going to add our code right. Yeah. Put this. Whoa. Alright, there we go. One more time. There we go. Move this here. Alright, so class square. Class bicycle extends vehicle. Sides equals 4. Of course it doesn't. Class of public function honk. Public function honk. Oh, I messed something up. Okay, let's see. Class vehicle public function honk. Class bicycle extends vehicle public function honk. This return honk honk. This. Ooh, I didn't create the variable. Huh, I totally messed something up. New bicycle. Create a bicycle instance of the bicycle class. Still messed up. Stop, get a hint. Creating a subclass. Oh, I was supposed to create a subclass. Class bicycle. Wait, yeah, that's what I did. Creating an instance of. For some reason, I thought subclass was a command. All right, creating an instance of class. Instance new class name. Oh, that's where I messed up. Bicycle equals new bicycle. What am I messing up here? Bicycle is an instance of the bicycle class. Oh. Hmm. Unexpected T public. What the hell is T public? Oh, public function. Hmm. There's something that I'm doing wrong here. Alright, let's delete all this stuff. Start again. Because it's basically giving us 3 examples of the 3 criteria that it wants. Stuck at a hint. Alright, class, subclass. Put that right, yeah. Alright. Enter. Put this right here. What? Nope. Go. I am retarded. You know what? That's actually offensive to retarded people. Shit. Vehicle class. Create a child class bicycle that overrides the vehicle class. Class. See, I'm always trying to make it more complicated than it actually is. That's the problem. Create a bicycle instance of the bicycle class. Bicycle. Bicycle. Please work. Oh. Instead of beep beep. Huh. I wonder what the problem here is. Is this supposed to be vehicle? I feel like I'm closer than I was before. Bicycle. Honk. You know what? We're changing all these to lower class B's and V's and whatnot because I feel like it's becoming a problem. create a bicycle instance of the new bicycle class and echo the result of calling its honk method. This has to be bicycle. I think it has to be uppercase B. Why is it only printing? Oh, it has to echo. Ah, finally. I can't believe I got it. Wow. That was a task. Start next lesson. You know, I'm just going to take the top off my water, eliminate that step in the future. Alright, everybody. Stretch, crack your fingers, crack your shoulders, and your neck, and your back, and your chest. Alright, the final word. When you were a kid, one of your parents might have told you, you're not doing that, and that's final. In PHP, a parent class can prevent its methods from being overridden by its children with, you guessed it, the final keyword. That's cute. You'd want to use the final keyword in your code to control what methods can be modified by a class's subclasses. For instance, you might want all vehicles to have the same drive no matter what. So you would prefix its method definition with final, like so. Final public function drive. So it's the same thing except adding final. Alright, update your code from the last exercise to use the final keyword for honk. And that's here, final public function. Instead of getting beep beep, we get an error. No overriding here. Let's check out what the hint says anyway. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Alright, save and submit code. I was somewhat expecting an error just because that's how my luck goes with live demos. Alright, so 6 out of 8. Class constants and scope resolution. We've talked a lot about changing variables in PHP, but sometimes we want variables that don't change. These are prefixed with the const keyword, short for constant. PHP lets us set constants on a class-by-class basis. Each class has its own scope, which is the context in which its variables can be used. Class immortal extends person. Immortals never die. Const alive equals true. False. Wizards never die. Okay? Plus, class immortal extends person. So a person could be a person, but an immortal is different than a person. So constant alive equals true. That makes sense. We've talked a lot about changing variables in PHP, but sometimes we want variables that don't change. These are prefixed with constant keyword, short for constant. So I guess like gravity in a game or something like that. PHP lets us set constants on a class-by-class basis. Each class has its own scope, which is the context in which its variables can be used. Class immortal extends person. Immortals never die. Constant alive equals true. If true, if immortal alive, echo I live forever. Alright, in the example above we use, I don't know what this is called, I'll call it dot box to access the alive constant inside the immortal class. Note that constants do not start with $signs. I noticed that. That's so confusing. We've created a ninja class for you in the editor. Set a stealth constant to the string maximum. We've created a ninja class for you in the editor. Set a stealth constant. Then we're just gonna copy la pasta. Alright. If stealth equals maximum echo on line 18. What the fuck did I do wrong on line 18? God damn it. Oh, if ninja is stealth. There we go. One of these days I'm going to have to take a break from all this, man. I'm about to have a heart attack. Can't tell if it's from being fat or being fucking stressed out. Maximum. Start next lesson. Alright, 7 out of 8. Shit, we are so close. I bet this video is like 10 hours long. Whew. The static keyword. Nice work. You've probably noticed that we could access the Ninja class constant without actually creating an instance of Ninja, and if you're particularly precocious, you might be wondering whether it's possible to access class properties or methods without creating an instance of the class. The answer? Yes. Damn it, I did that reading thing again where I wasn't paying attention. Shit. You probably noticed that we could access the Ninja class constant without actually creating an instance of Ninja. And if particularly precocious, I don't even know what that word means. You might be wondering whether it's possible to access class methods or properties or methods or properties or methods without creating an instance of the class. The answer, yes. The static keyword lets you use a class's property or method without having to create an instance of that class. It works like this. Class person, class king. Public static is alive. Yep. Public static function greet. Line 10. Echo hello there. Echo person is alive. When combined with the scope, I'm guessing this has to be here. Like this. I hope. Alright, we've created a king class with a proclaim method in the editor to the right. Go ahead and call the proclaim method using the static keyword. No instances necessary. There we go. I figured that's what it would be. Alright, class king. Modify the code on line 10. Public function proclaim. Go ahead and call the proclaim method using the static keyword. Public static function proclaim. Echo. Person isn't a class, it's going to be king. King. Alright, did that seriously just work that easily? Wow. Alright, start next lesson. Don't even need a sip of water. Great work. You've learned a lot so far, including useful object and class methods like property exists and method exists. Inheritance. Oh shit. Am I going to have to do all this? Fuck me in the ass. God damn it. What the fuck? I hate this wrap-up stuff. Thank God. Alright, creating a class. We have to create a class first. And some of you may say, but James, you're just dragging and dropping. But I say, part of being a programmer is knowing where to access the information. And that's not just me giving a flippant answer. That's actually true. You know, you need to learn where to be able to find that shit and get it done quickly. It's nobody cares how elegant and awesome your code is if it took you 10 years to write it. It's probably dead code already. I just stepped on my cat's tail. Create a class called person. It should contain only a single method, say. That should take no arguments and echo, here are my thoughts. Alright, so create another class, blogger, that inherits from person. It should contain only a single constant, cats, set to 50. Crazy cat lady. Create another class called person. Another class called blogger that inherits from person. Okay. So we're going to do the class subclass extends superclass. Create another class, blogger extends person. Bloggers aren't people. Class blogger extends person, some code. It should contain only a single constant. Without creating an instance of the class. Holy shit. This would be class, say, constant, cats. Hang on a second. We're doing this. We're trying to complicate this again. This is what we need to do. We need to put this here. Put this here. Put this here. Take all of this. Do all of that. That's Shift Tab for those of you that are wondering. This thing, we're going to put this thing here. using the static keyword. I'm going to put this thing here. And then this thing right here. No, shit, fuck, shit. We did it wrong again. Class, some name, some code. Alright, so the first thing we have to do is create a class called person. It should contain only a single method, say, that should take no arguments and echo. So let's look for the one that says method. Alright, so class name, method. I don't know why they even included the first part. Alright, so public function method name. Create a class person. It should person. It should contain only a single method, say, that should take no arguments and echo, here are my thoughts. Echo, here are my thoughts. Alright, so create another class, blogger. Class inherits some code. Blogger extends person. That inherits from person. It should contain only a single constant. My nose ring is itching. That's a nose ring, by the way, for those of you guys wondering. All three of you in the comments there jerking each other off. Create another class, blogger, that inherits from person. It should contain only a single constant, cats, set to 50. Const cats equals 50. Boom. Use the static keyword and scope resolution operator. Static keyword. Using the static keyword. Alright, class. Static public. What the fuck is a scope resolution operator? Okay. Oh, nope. Let me make sure this doesn't go in here. I think it does. No, it doesn't. It can't. Nope, goes here. So use the static keyword and the scope resolution operator to call bloggers inherited say method. So class blogger extends person, class blogger, class blogger, static public property. No, that's not how you do it. Static public say. Wait, what? Use the static keyword and the scope resolution operator to call Blogger's inherited say method. Static public function. Yeah, I'm having problems with this. You know what? I don't think it goes like this. I think it goes like this. I'm gonna fuck it all up again. Huh. What am I doing wrong? Give it the blogger It's a constant called cats. Cats needs to print 50. What am I doing wrong here? Let's see, Q&A forum. What? Are you kidding me? HTML and body tags? It already has HTML and body tags. What the fuck is that kid talking about? Let's try this. Awesome. Oh my god. I finally got it. Ah, shit. We forgot to fucking tweet that one. Shit. Next course, advanced arrays. Ah, this one is going to be hard. This one is going to be really hard. I can't wait to stop this video, render it, get a nice cup of some green tea. Let's see exactly how far we are, just to, just see how far we... Oh, 92%. This is the last one. We're in the last one. 4 hours estimated course time. Pfft, shit, this one's taking me like 9 hours so far. Alright, anyway, I'm going to render this video. I look forward to seeing you guys in the next one. I'm going to do my best to go ahead and shoot this now so that we can start the web development course, which I'm super excited about. Alright, anyway. Alright, so here we are recording again, doing it back to back. I just transferred this other file to the other computer so we can render the screencast while we record this one. So, continue. 92%. I'm confident this is going to be the last one on there. It's supposed to be advanced arrays or something like that. Alright, so... Woo! Alright, review of arrays. Arrays are a useful way to store multiple values like numbers, strings, and even other arrays. My array equals array. 1, 2, 3. Here, hang on, let me let the cat in. You're late to the party, Daisy. Now you have to be on camera. This is Daisy, who is in almost no videos. She's like a little teddy bear, and she's very skittish. But anyway. Alright, go on, Daisy. Scoot. Alright. Review of arrays. Arrays are a useful way to store multiple values like numbers, strings, and even other arrays. My array variable equals array 1, 2, 3. Here we create an array of 3 numbers. Remember that arrays positions start from 0. Therefore, to access the third item in the array, we type myArray2. Alright, so instructions. On line 8, set fruits, right here, equal to an array of 3 things: bananas, apples, and pears. Array. Whoop. Alright. Modify what's going on here? Line 9. Fruits equals array blah blah blah. Did I do this correctly? It looks like it's correct. Echo I love eating fruits. I love eating array 2. This, then... Oh, are you eating over there, Daisy? Is that what that is? 2. No, 1. Oh, cool. Alright, so we can change this out. Let me zoom in a little bit for you guys. Oh, no, that'll probably mess up the whole screencast. Alright, so we could do 2 to make it pairs. We could do 0. Oh, that's 20. I messed everything up. 0 bananas, 1 apples, 2 pears. So we need to do 1 apples, save and submit code. Looks like it's good. Alright, sweet. Start next lesson. Starting out kind of slow. Associative arrays. So far you've been accessing the values of an array using integers. This is all well and good, but if you want to be more descriptive of your data, you can make use of something called an associative array. An associative array makes use of key-value pairs. Some languages may separate arrays from associative arrays, but PHP treats both as the same. In the editor, you will see I have declared two variables as arrays. Have a look at the first array and see if you can guess what item those values may refer to. That shouldn't be a question mark. 2012 blue 5. Ah, the year, the color of the car, and how many doors it has. Okay, now have a look at the array below it. This is an associative array. It's defined as an array like the first one, but see how I have specified keys for each of the values. Okay. Both arrays contain the same values, but in the associative array we can access the value using a specified key. Makes sense? Click Save and Submit Code when you think you've got it. Well, if using Code Academy has taught me anything, it's that I probably need to go ahead and just copy this, because I'll probably be using it in the next little lesson there. Save and submit code. Let's find out. Blue. Using arrays as maps. You could think of an associative array, also called a map, as being the same as a normal array, but instead of using an integer to refer to the value, you used a defined key. While numeric indices may be fine for looping through an array and listing all of the values, what if we need to change a certain value from an array? Car equals array 2012 blue 5. Associated car equals array 2012 blue 5. Car 3, associated car make. This is an array using integers. For each array in the editor, add the value BMW to the end of the array. For each array in the editor. Okay, so array this BMW. We're going to add make so that it makes sense. See what I did there? Makes sense. Got it? Yeah. That shouldn't be there. Make should be BMW. This thing. The code should output BMW. Not doing too good here. Here, let's try it this way. Singles. Line 16 is expecting one of these things. I wonder why it's on this. Okay. This shouldn't go here. This should go here. BMW. Hell yeah. Start next lesson. Alright. 4 out of 7. Holy shit. Holy shit. Accessing associative arrays. When accessing the values from either type of array, the only difference is whether you use an integer or a specified key. This exercise will demonstrate how useful specified keys in an array can be. Instructions. Using the arrays from the previous exercises, write an echo statement on line 22 to talk about your car beyond the fact that it's blue. Add your code here. What? Echo attributes for attributes. Then we're going to create an array called attributes. Attributes equals array this. Then it has the attributes. Its license plate 1 2 3 4 5 6, and its length and its width. Okay. Echo attributes. Key value pairs. Okay, so let's do key value pairs instead. So equals array license for license plate equals this. Length width this thing. Okay, line 24, I did that wrong. It's supposed to be like this. Okay, my attributes array, and then we're going to echo attributes tribs license this thing. Oh, it's attributes actually. What? What did I do wrong here? Okay, I think I know what I did wrong. I didn't put this below this. There we go. Save and submit code. What? Bracket notation or curly brace notation to access my associate array in your code. Check out the hint if you need help. What? Alright, let's try this. Alright, cool, that worked. Alright, so 5 out of 7. Iterating over associative arrays. Looping through an associative array is just as easy as looping through a normal array, but you obtain the value from a specified key, not an integer, just like the previous exercises. If we only need to loop through the values of an array, we can use for. Have a look at the editor to see an example of this being used. Food array, salad array. Length equals count of food. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. For I equals 0, I is less than the length I plus plus. So counting the number of items in the array. Echo food items. Okay, echo, I want my salad. They're an associative array using for each. Okay, with lettuce, without tomato, with onions. Where did it do with and without? Oh, okay. With, without. Remember, when using a for loop, calculate the length of an array first, then have a look. Okay, and create your own associative array and loop through the keys and value. Okay. Yeah, buddy. Alright, multi-dimensional arrays. Can you tell I'm just ready to get through this? So, multi-dimensional arrays. Not only can you store integers and strings in arrays, you can also store other arrays. This is called a multi-dimensional array. How do we do this? Well, just like a normal array with comma-separated values, but you would put comma-separated arrays instead, just like the code in the editor. You have the 7 of diamonds. Deck is an array which contains 3 rows, each being a playing card. Within each row, it has the name of the card along with the value. To retrieve a card, we should first get the row for that card, then get the value we require, either to display the card or calculate the player's total. If we access deck 2, we would get the third row. Remember, arrays start from 0 in PHP. What? Try adding another card to the array. It can have whatever rank, suit, and value you like, but keep in mind the value should be a number. Okay. So let's do this. 6. Oh, hell yeah. Start the next lesson. Oh, fuck. This is the time to practice everything you've learned so far about associative arrays. Here's some quick reminders. Arrays in PHP are zero-based. This means numeric ID of the first value in the array will always be 0, not 1. An array can contain values, value 1, value 2, etc. An associative array can contain keys and values. A multi-dimensional array can contain arrays within arrays. Create your own associative array. Okay. Create a variable called myArray and set it equal to a new array that you create, which can contain any items you like. Grab a value from your array and display it. Now loop through the array and output the contents to a browser. Okay. MyArray. MyArray equals array 1, 2, 3. This thing. On the line below, output one of the values. Okay, echo my array 1. Hang on, Daisy, I'll let you out in a second, for fuck's sake. Okay, on the line below, loop through the array and output all of the values to the page. Holy shit. Alright, now loop through the array. For I in my array. Hang on, how do you do a fucking loop again? Multi-dimensional array. Nope, that's not it. Iterating over. Okay, here we go. Special sauce. Alright, go back to 7. Put it right, yeah. Okay. So, for I in my array, oh, here we go. For I equals 0, I is length, echo my array, for each my array as we don't have a length in there. Yeah, this is the only part we really need right here. Line 16. There we go. Haha, view course overview. Of course, we earned a badge. PHP, tweet, 100,000. We earned this shit. We the best. We the best. Alright. Tweet. Alright. We just finished the whole PHP course like a baller. Close. And view course overview. Whew. So glad to be finally done with this. PHP is finished. Wrap it up. Throw it away. Alright, so we went through all of this crap. And, you know, the funny thing is, the whole time I was doing this course, I was really excited about it because I was going to use it on this project that I've been working on called Shelfer. Whoops, that's the wrong page. This is actually the countdown until I'll start the beta. But anyway, here's what it looks like right here. Shelfer.im/beta. It's an inventory control program. See, I've got just kind of static data in there right now, and it's something I'm going to be using for my job. And so product in, product out, you know, manage, you can add new items and things like that. Products shows you like all the products you have. Clients shows you who your clients are and stuff. Places shows you like the different warehouse locations you have. And tickets, like ticket is the word for every transaction that you do in there, and it shows you like how much you profited on the deal, and it's all fully responsive. So if you collapse it, like your menu becomes like this. You got products, you got your main page right here. Then here the cool thing is like places, everything is the right size. Like you can make a certain warehouse be like the default warehouse or browse the stock from there. Anyway, so I plan on adding it as a service. So like selling it. This is just like a dummy pricing plan. I don't really know what I'm going to charge for or how I'm going to charge for it or like how much. But this is kind of like how I want things to look, and I want it to be really simple and stuff like that. So that's the whole reason why I was using it. Well, in the meantime, I got a few books. I don't think I have them laying around over here, but I got a few books that were about like Node.js and single page JavaScript applications and things like that. I thought it was really cool. So I think I'm going to kind of abandon PHP for the moment because I don't know. I kind of want to use what the buzzword of the day is just to try it out, to see how things are. So in the meantime, I'm going to learn, JavaScript, Node.js, stuff like that. But first, I want you guys to have a foundation. So I'm going to do like the overall like web development course on here, like HTML, and even though I know HTML and CSS already, we're going to go through that, and just to give you guys a better foundation with this whole learning style. So once we're done with that, we're going to do JavaScript web applications. After that, Node.js. And then once I kind of get familiar with Node.js and MongoDB and Express and all that stuff, we're going to move from there either to Python or Ruby on Rails, like Python with Django or Ruby with Ruby on Rails, or Ruby with Rails. Anyway, so that's kind of like the whole plan of where I want things to go for now. So I'm going to go ahead and render this video and upload it. Congratulate yourselves if you made it through this course with me. I really appreciate you guys standing by me and watching this. And yeah, I hope you like the stuff that we have coming up on channel 2. So thanks for watching.